We are live. Well, now it says we're live, so once again, welcome back. It's another great Sunday. I cannot believe how they are smashing together so quickly. Yeah, so great to have you if you're joining already, and we've got a poll out, so feel free to go vote in the poll. I'll go through those options in just a minute. And in the meantime, while I'm waiting for all of you to join, which is like usually this fast, you guys are so quick, so welcome. I'm going to eat a yogurt. Let's see. So there's a guy who's been begging for the last week that we do follow up. Well, probably not for the last week, for the last couple days, that we do the swinging nunchucks. So that's on our agenda. His name is starts with a Craig, ends with us Prime. Welcome, Craig, if you're joining us now or in the future. Great to have you. And so I think that'll be the first thing we'll do. And it looks like somebody's already voted for high-fiving like Arena Clash, which is an awesome one. And so that's where you, hey, welcome, gamer. That's where you high-five somebody and you can do something with it, whether that's play a sound or an effect or teleport them. Lots of options there that we can consider. And the next option on the list is grab and pull yourself up like a ladder. So in the past, we've built some really cool ladders, but we'd like to take a look and see how we can take that a step further. You can also build a house or a mansion, and that's been asked a couple times, so that might be a fun one. I've also got some ideas around that, so if that's something you want to do, I'd be more than happy to jump in there. And the last one is other, which is just comment your ideas below, so feel free to do that as well. Whew. So if you voted for High Five like Arena Clash, I assume that would be you, gamer, do you have any suggestions on what you would like it to be? So if you have an idea of what you'd like to happen when they high five, please leave that. Preferably something that's action oriented, not so much like increase their value or something, because those tie into game mechanics, whereas we're not going to build a game here, right? Like, so we're going to build something that happens. So it could be like teleport, play sound, play visual effect, teleport the players to, or like respawn the players to a certain position, or if you have a better idea, throw them up in the air, apply, you could like, I don't know, there's some really fun things, you could apply low gravity to them. A lot of options. Ooh, another vote for build a house or mansion. Awesome. If you voted for that, please tell me a little bit about your ideal house or mansion. Mine comes with a swimming pool. And maybe a hot tub. I definitely am big into swimming. No surprise there. Maybe a little surprise, but I do like getting into the pool. But yeah, feel free to let us know if there's like, I need a super big pantry in my house. Feel free to leave that. Gamer says play a sound and teleport them. Ooh, I like it. That sounds like fun. Ooh, we got another vote for High Five like Arena Clash. Very nice. Welcome, Laszlo Sabo. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Says, hi Vidyuu, I actually tried to pull some of the stuff from your world, such as door and lift, but didn't work, unfortunately. Interesting. I'd have to take a look at it. Did you import it into an empty world, is my first question. So instead of like going to edit mode on those worlds, did you go into an empty world and then import a copy of it? And then the other thing I'd say is there was a new update that came out, and I'm like scared that half my assets are broken. They're probably not, but the newest update to Visit 2.0, everybody is now in Visit 2.0, which is slightly different than Visit 1.0. And I don't know if there's any major differences, but I know some scripts have broken, so very nervous to see which assets might have broken or not. I'm a builder that needs a scripter. Hey, welcome back. That's Crow Black. If you guys haven't met him, he's been around the community for a while. Feel free to try a network. That's always encouraged here in the comments. Okay, you did import a copy of it. So, presuming it was in the last week, it might have been related to that Visit 2.0 that I mentioned. So we can go take a quick peek. And if we're talking about the door and the elevator's got a lot of moving parts, so it could be possible that maybe a piece was missing. The door shouldn't be that, it should be pretty hard to break the door. So my items and pulled it out. Yeah, you got to make sure you save the script. So if you just save the item itself but not the script, that could be your problem. So I can go and take a quick peek at that right now. Let me finish this bite. And then for those who are just tuning in, we will be starting in roughly 10 minutes with a tutorial on nunchucks, picking up where we left off last week. So very excited to go back to that topic. And we've got some more topics for you to vote on in the poll there, so feel free to start voting on that. Okay, so theoretically, okay, so you should be able to hear me, and definitely comment if you can't hear me right now. Oh, right, and we can't see. Let's comment if you can't hear me. That's so funny. How would I know? You wouldn't be able to hear me. So yeah, you should be able to hear and see everything we're doing. I will double check that that makes it to the stream, which it looks like it has. And the first thing we wanted to look at was some assets. So I'm going to just start by creating a new world. We'll just call this asset. Okay, assets, click create. Normally you'd want to add like a date, or you could say my assets. I'm also going to turn the AC back on, so when we go back to like first person mode, I don't know, wait, what do you call that? Just me mode? I don't know. But if we go back to that, you might hear some background noise from the AC, but you shouldn't be able to hear it right now, which is pretty nice. These audio, it isolates audio really well because there's two microphones, so it's able to pick up the stereo of your voice, which is pretty cool. Okay, so here we are in an empty world, and it does look like everything's going good. All right, and we're gonna try importing the essentials. So it doesn't matter there's which copy you have. It's 1, 4, 3, and 2. They're all identical. I'm going to go to the first copy and then click import world. Oh, I got a new outfit on, by the way. I just thought I'd show this off. Yeah. Okay, maybe it's not as cool without the pants, but it's got some really cool pants. So it is. It is what it is. That didn't save. I totally messed that up, but that's okay. Okay, new world's loading in. We're going to start falling through the ground any second. Yep, should be falling. Usually I like to run off the side. Should be below us. Hey, there it is. Still loading in, it looks like. There it goes. And the other thing that I'd recommend is just stopping the world before importing. Oh, man, look at that. I'm not sure if you're seeing the lag that I'm seeing. What does that look like? I'm like, oh, there's a thing open on the computer. Sorry about that. Let's see if I can close that. Oh gosh. We okay, computer? Hide menu. Oh goodness. Just give it a moment, sorry. This is a pretty intense world to load. Oh, it looks like the menu did get hidden, so that's the good news. Bad news is I am in some crazy shapes. Like, I don't even know how to describe it, but there's like black and stairs, and then there's this blue line that's drawing stairs. If it sounds crazy, it's weird to me because you can't actually see what I'm seeing. Oh, and quick note. So this week I decided to do AirLink instead of directly wired into the computer, which is probably a little bit of this issue that I'm experiencing. But with AirLink, I'm plugged into power, so the headset won't die in the middle. So there's that benefit. Okay. Gonna just keep giving that a second to load. Let's see what you guys have to say. Okay. Sounds good. Thanks for jumping in late in London. Great to have you for just this brief moment. That's correct, Craig. Great to have you, by the way, and happy birthday, Craig. Let's close this menu real quick. Let's see. It just closed. That's nice. And yeah, that'll do. Okay. So you can now see we're here. So yes, Craig, you can do multiple mark windows, though the point of it is questionable. I'll explain in a second, but let's see. Did I miss anything else? But yeah, seriously, happy birthday, everybody! Throw some like confetti in the comments and wish Craig a happy birthday. Great to have you here, sir. How to be able to self. How to be able to self. I don't understand the question. I apologize. If you wouldn't mind rephrasing that, that would be helpful. Okay, so we'll start with Craig's question since Laszlo has popped off for just a second. And so we're going to go to Gizmos, text. Laszlo, you're going to be coming back, so I'm not worried. I'll show you exactly what we're going to show you. But the question was if I did 2 mark windows in one text object. So you do mark, and then you do equals. And so this is a little bit more complicated, just forewarning. And so we do something like 80, 00, AA, and then like 40, and then you do tab, and then you'd have to cancel out the mark. So you do /mark to cancel the mark, and then you could do something like break to put it on another line. So break, oops, and then we'll do a double break, so that way there's an actual gap. And then we'll add another mark and go mark equals, where's the equal sign? There it is. Mark equals, and then pound, and then we'll do it again, 80, and then we do 00, AA, 40, close bracket, and then a tab, and then press enter. And like that, Craig, sorry, you can see we have 2 windows, and yeah, it does only count as one object, so sure, this could save capacity, and if you're not really worried about the even spacing, the benefit to mark windows is that you don't have a gap, right? Like, you can just grab one. Where's the basic one? Here's the basic one, right? And so you could say, I want these to be exactly 1 meter apart, and so you could do that, and it's not letting me duplicate because of, but you know, so you can have them at exactly, you're like, what did you just do? Sorry, I'll show you in a second. But anyway, if you want these to be equal distances apart, or if you wanted to slightly adjust them at later, that's the benefit of doing 2 pieces rather than 1, because sizing that would probably be a nightmare. Not something I'd want to deal with. And if you're wondering, how in the world did you duplicate when you had 0 capacity? Well, if you slide over, you can then array tool, which allows you to make a copy even when you're at capacity. I don't advise it because it's a quick and easy way to break your world and run over capacity. And it's not like you can publish the world when you're over capacity, but when you're in a moment like this of teaching, it's totally okay. So, sorry, itch on my nose, itch. Oh, better. And so, Laszlo, you might have left off here where we had this opening door. And so when you're making the asset, you want to first select the script that is attached to the door, then select the door, and then open up your properties panel for both. And then you can click create asset, which makes sure the script stays attached to all the things in here. And so then we can call this door, DOOR, press enter, press create. And I've just saved this very quickly. And then we're going to head to the Nunchucks world from last week. And so this is the same for the elevator, right? So the elevator, if you... Oh, sorry. It has this large stack of scripts. You want to select all of this and all of the elevator. And so then if we go to which one had nunchucks. I think we called it that, didn't we? We did. Great job, us. So we're on our way. I'm gonna see what other comments you guys have, and don't forget to keep voting. Lots of votes for High Five Like Arena Clash, so look forward to doing that soon. We are gonna start with the nunchucks, so very excited to do that in just a moment. We have 1 minute, so we're right on time. That's great. Okay. Oh right, I forgot. I can overlay comments. I totally forgot I could do that from last week. That was the thing we learned last week. But before we get distracted by that, under assets, we now have the new door asset. I can pull that out, and place it down. And then I always recommend stopping and resetting the world. So we hit stop, clear, and play. And now when we walk into the door, it functions as expected. So hopefully that helps. Laszlo, if you're still having problems, please leave them in the comments. Definitely want to help make sure everything's working and see if we can find any common areas. Like this seems like something that other people might be running into as well. So glad we could address it here today. Awesome. So we've gone over that. And so what I wanted to do is get comments in here so I could read your messages. So sorry I forgot to set that up. I can view my desktop, and if I scroll over, I can add a desktop panel. Problem is I didn't log in, so I'm gonna have to pull up some Google Chrome and hopefully not have you guys see my passwords. Let's see. Oh, we're logged in. Good stuff. Content. By the way, brand new video just launched. Feel free to check this out. Very exciting Vidyuu verification program. So I'll tell you more about it at the end of the show. Let's continue to live and head into the live studio. How do I get to studio? There it is, live control room, and comments, pop out comments. Boom, there we go. Okay, I can close out of this and minimize, I believe. And with that minimized, I can now add desktop panel, select Google Chrome. Oh gosh. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Okay. And then if I reach out and grab it, I can place it off to my right. So right there. And then I can click the pin button. And it's now been pinned. And we're back in Horizon. Okay. Oh, sweet. That was way easier. Oh my gosh. So if you're curious how I've got comments so I can see your messages in Horizon, it turns out the guy who taught me this, Jackal Dude Gaming, he's actually made a tutorial on it. And we're in the process of reviewing it, and it'll be on the channel sometime in the next week or two. So look forward to that one. And yeah. Oh, Laszlo stayed around. Thanks, Laszlo. Glad we could get that sorted for you. And yeah, let us know if that doesn't work. Oh, and he has another quick question. So once I pull the door out, could I make changes to it, like the design of the door, and it would still work? Yes. And so the trick that you need to know about that is there is a button inside the properties panel that's going to allow you to do this. Okay, so if we pull out the door, and you slide it into place, when you open up the properties panel of this whole grouping, there's a button here for zooming in. So if we press this zoom in button, you'll then see that this door is another piece. So you could adjust the frame from at this stage, but if you open up the door, then you can zoom in another layer and then start modifying the exact door itself, which it looks like there's another piece to the door. Nope. Oh no, I didn't zoom in correctly. Okay, zoom in. There we go. Now we're inside the door. And so if we didn't like this piece, right, we could delete that and leave it like that, or just like that. And then you can press this button to zoom out. There's another way to zoom out, though, where if you press twice on your index trigger, you can then zoom out. And like that, we have left the entire grouping, and the door will still function. There it goes. And you've got this new looking door, which is pretty cool, too. And the other thing you might want to know how to do is how to pull stuff inside. So say you wanted to bring this ball, you could design it on the outside using your lock tool to lock it in place, and then get this, get this in the place that you want it. So we could say like something like that. No one would ever do this, but if you wanted to, like, I don't know, you do something like that maybe. Why would you do that? But then you could undo, select it, and then click the zoom in. So we'll first need to unlock the grouping. We can then zoom in, and with this item selected, it joins us as we zoom into this group. You can click one time to let go of it, and then zoom out. And now you'll note that I put it in the wrong group, though, so it's going to stay put, even though you want it to be in the door. But anyway, so you just zoom in another layer with it. Hopefully, that is also super helpful, and thank you so much for asking. Okay. Cool. So can I scroll? I don't think I can scroll this. Oh, and you guys can see this. My bad. Um, Nunchucks sound so cool. They are going to be super cool. How to see body same color as water when underwater. Maybe attach color plane to lower head area. Ah, interesting. Yes. Bum, 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 bum. Display multiple mark windows on the text because that only counts one object. Okay. I think we've answered all the questions except for this one about underwater. I'm going to minimize that, which I think... Oh, no, it doesn't. Just click there. Oh, okay, we're good. Sorry. Just fixing that. Oh, but it closed my menu by hitting the minimize button. Interesting. Okay. It's a learning experience, you guys. I'm sorry. Hit that button. Now it's back. Right. Oh, I forgot to hit the pin. So hit the pin to keep it there. So now it's pinned. And it's probably reopened over here. Oh, no, it didn't. Okay, so we're good. So the question was how to attach a plane to a head area. Yeah, so that's what I was going to recommend. So if you grab that text object we had designed earlier, you'll have to grab some other object and then build an attachable that attaches to the player's head. It looks really good. I've seen people do it and it does look really awesome. And there's some other cool scripting you could do to make it so it's only visible to the player it's attached to, so that nobody else can see it. If that's something you want to see, comment it. I don't know if we're going to get to it today, but it would be fun. So yeah, maybe we'll vote on it later. Cool. Okay. And I just want to make sure that I'm seeing all of the comments. So being a little it looks like we did good. Okay. Yes, please do save this and feel free to come back. Definitely no need to stay here for the whole thing. Whew. All right. So we're going into Nunchucks, and where are the Nunchucks? Did we delete them last week? I think we did. Does sure look like it. So in that case, I believe I saved it as an asset under please sort. There it is. And we've pulled it out. Nice. Okay. Whew. I also want to look at the poll results. Right now we've got 43% for high-fiving, 29% for other. You guys are just like, vote for my stuff. Nice. Building a house, grab and pull yourself up with a ladder. Nice. Good stuff. So the first thing that we're going to look at, though, is Nunchucks. And we started on this last week, so we're coming back to finish this off so that when you swing it around, it swings and follows the string around. And so the way this is going to work is we're going to determine a length that this string can't stretch further than. And when this string gets to that length, then what's going to happen is this is going to start getting propelled in a direction. I haven't fully figured it out, but I have an idea of what I'd like to do. So I'd like to just play with it. I also want to use the physics engine to try and determine this. So what we want to do then is start by making these into physical objects. So if we open up the properties panel of this, we can turn physics on. So currently they're grabbable, but we're going to make them both grabbable and physics, which is going to cause them to have, you guessed it, physics. And so they'll fall to the ground and they're going to continue doing their stretchy thing. Whoa. Dude, you're okay. It's okay. Don't worry. Because these are physics objects, my hand is trying to grab it, but it's too thick, I guess. So there's some weird physics interactions happening here. And there's an easy way to turn this off, which is from your Systems tab under, or maybe it's under World tab. World tab, and down here we have Player Settings. Can hands collide with static objects is turned off, but can hands collide with physical objects is turned on. So if I turn off can hands collide with physical objects, these won't be nearly as finicky. Whoa, they shouldn't have been. I don't know. Oh goodness. I turned it off. Let's try stopping and resetting the world. Stop, clear, play. Okay. I don't know if it worked or not. It does feel maybe a little better. The string itself doesn't seem to have oh no, is it local now? Oh gosh, what's happening? The string feels slightly local. There's this weird physics interaction here. I don't know what's going on. This is so strange. Nunchucks are camera shy. I don't think this is correct. There's definitely something weird happening here. Yeah, like, what? Like, what? They're already swinging. I swear I didn't script anything to cause this to happen. I don't know what's going on. This is so weird. Okay. If you guys want to play, that's fine, but can we play nicely for the people? What is happening? Okay. Stop the world. Clear. We don't need this little birdie. This was a fun thing from last week. I'm going to just go ahead and delete it. I don't think it's having an interaction with that, but okay, there it is. So we added physics to these. This should have been non-collidable. It is animated, but collidable is on somehow. I don't know how collidable got turned on. It was off before, but I think that's what was causing this weird interaction, is collidable on the string got turned on. Yeah, I'm assuming that's what happened, because this one is... Oh, collidable's off on this, so maybe we turned it off on the sphere as well. Interesting. Okay, so with that set up, we're going to go ahead and hit play, and so we're going to assume that the string was the item causing the weird physics interactions, because now it is functioning, okay, just fine. Nice. And so what we want to do is be able to like do that, right? And then it swings. And so what I'm thinking is when you pull it this way, it should be then swinging this way. And then the string, when it gets taut, should try to make this look like that, right? Like it should stay directionally pointing like that. Thank you. The bird was super cute. Definitely watch last week's stream for more on that cute bird. So yeah, I think that's the answer of what we want it to do. Question is, of course, how do we do that? And so the string does what it needs to do. It stays between the 2 points. And the distance between the string isn't necessarily something we need to calculate, because we know the distance of this string is always the distance from this point to this point. So what I'm thinking is we build an entirely new script. We just leave the stretchy string script where it's at. Sorry, super nose itch today. So yeah, I'm thinking we just leave the stretchy string where it's at, and then we focus on the handles themselves. And so we need to recognize that each handle should function as like a pair, right? Like they shouldn't function separately. I'm curious, because when this one is held and this one's let go, functions differently than the opposite of that. So I think that's where we need to start with our script. So we're going to pull out a new script gizmo. And in the properties panel of this, we're going to go into here and create a couple object variables. So it's going to be called... Well, I'm trying to think, like, how do you want to define these? Because there's a lot of ways we could define it. And so we should say... held object, and then we'll have the other one be the released object. Okay, so we've got two object variables that we need to keep track of, the held object and the released object. And we also need to keep track of the other nunchuck. So I'm going to create another object called other. And what's interesting about this is that we know there are two, like, I'm just going to call it other in. And then what's interesting about this is because we know there's two and there's only two, self is one and other is the other. So it doesn't really matter which one we attach this to with the way we're going to write this. And we're going to also have to give this script a name. So we'll call this the Nunchucks. Okay. And when world is started, we want these to function in unison. And so I'm going to do something that everyone's going to tell you never do, which is listen to events on the other nunchuck. Okay, so this is a bad idea. Don't get me wrong, this is a bad idea. But what it allows us to do is have both of these objects have their grab events received and release events received in unison. And this just makes it a little easier to work on, because now what we can say is when object is released, so when object is released by player, we can then say, oh gosh, no, this doesn't work because this isn't received with information about which object was released. Do we have an option to look up, is object held? Let's see. Who can grab object? I don't think there is a way to see if an object is held. If there is, it would have been added recently, but it doesn't look like it. Yeah, I don't see anything in here. Might be under object. Get who is allowed to view. Nope. Okay. So what we're going to... Remember why I said we don't do that? That's because we use connect to events. So you never use listen because of this problem. So instead you use connect to. We're actually going to duplicate this and then drag other in here. And so we're going to delete when object is released by player and create two separate events that are kind of the same but different. And so the event we're connecting to is object released. And since we need the name to be identical, we can find that from this dropdown, right? So there's grab end. So there's grab start and grab end. And so we'll go and drop down and select grab end, which isn't in this list, but that's okay. So we're going to say grab capital end, I believe. Not sure if it matters, but there we go. So we're selecting the grab end event from self as well as the grab end event from the other object. Okay, and click confirm. And then we're going to connect this to local event N1. And then we'll call this N1 release, so it's very clear what's happening. Release. And then this one will be N2 release. N2 release. And click confirm. Okay. Now we can get these events by creating a custom event. So if we scroll to the top, there's when event is received. And then we say when, and it's not in this dropdown, so unfortunately we have to type this again, which is a little brutal. That's okay, especially with this new keyboard. When in one release, and then click confirm. And this is received with a player ID, so drop down, select player, and then type in PLID and click enter, confirm. And we could actually receive this with even more information. And so if you go down to the grab end event, so when object is released by player, oh, it doesn't come with that, does it? When object is grabbed by player, when object is grabbed by player, object is released. Oh, those are purchases. Sorry. Wait. Oh, interesting. It only comes with this one. So you can only get the which hand is grabbing it. Whoa. Undo. Okay, so you can only get the hand that's grabbing it with this event, which is interesting because I was like, maybe we can get it when we're releasing, but it looks like you can't. So we've got it received with the player ID, which is what would happen if we say when object is released by player, you can see that it has to come with a player ID pill. So we've done that. And then I also wanted to verify that it is called grab end, which you can do by dragging in another event. And then from this dropdown, you can see all the regular events. And interestingly, there is no grab end listed here. We'll have to just make sure it works. That's really interesting. It's like it got removed from that list. I could swear it used to be right there. Huh. So then we're going to go ahead and duplicate this and just rename this to be N2 release. So this is the alternate one. So we'll go shift N2 release. Okay, so N2 release. And so just kind of to give you some more thought about how I think about scripts. I think about scripts from the standpoint of, like, what are the actions? So I'm trying to think about it chronologically, like, okay, so I've grabbed both nunchucks, which didn't really apply to me needing to know which one is being spun. and then I've released one of them, so which one got released so I know which one I need to spin, right? So when this event happens, we can now set which one was released and not. And these are opposite of each other, so we know that the held object and the released object are inverse in this event versus this event. So I'm going to duplicate this here, and we know that when self, N1 is when self is released. So if self is released, that's this one, then the held object is the other one. And then we can just know that it's the opposite, so just do the opposite down here. And then self, which we can grab from up here or from the values tab, you can find self as well, is the one that was released. And then the inverse is true when the other one is released. So we've got this set up so it's keeping track of which one has been released. There's one problem here though, which is that if these were let go by both hands and no longer grabbed by either hand, we need to know that as well. And so this is where we should have a Boolean up in here for each of these that says self-held. So we'll call this N1 held, and then click confirm, and then do one for N2 held. And this allows us to know that we don't function when there's nothing held. N2 held, and then click confirm. And so down here, we can grab another set2, dropping that at the bottom. And now in this one, we know that N1 has been dropped. So we set this to false. So values tab to find the Boolean input for false. Drop that in here. And then we can duplicate that down here and do this for N2, dragging N2 into the left side. Okay, so now we've set these to false, but we need a way to set them to true, which unfortunately means we need to do this again. So I think there's actually an easier method. And the easier method is you say when event is received, and you can drop down, create a new event, and call this N1. And for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to call it grab, and then click confirm, then create the player ID just like before. And this, we could know which hand it is, so maybe we'll start with the Boolean variable so we know which hand. So is right is what this usually comes in as, so you know if they are right-handed or left-handed. And then we'll click confirm, and then we also need the player variable, and so we'll say, someone just said hello. And then we'll say PLID for player, click confirm, and then we can duplicate this, and you're like, well, this seems like the exact same process. Well, it's actually slightly different, and it's a good habit to get into once you catch what I've done here. So I've now renamed this, and now that we've got this set up, what we want to do is drag this into the top here. Sorry, I'm just like rolling. So what we're doing now is we're setting N1 to be held true in both this one as well as N2. So now we have a way to track when they have been grabbed and let go. And then when world has started, remember we connected these events. So we connected the grab end event to the release event, and same with grab 2. And now if we duplicate this and duplicate this, we can now drop down and select grab start for both of those. And then from this drop down, you're going to see that the N1 grab and the N2 grab are now in our list. And the reason those were in our list now, but not created them in advance. And whoa, sorry, I just got some crazy lag there. I'm not sure why. Whoa. Hello world. It probably looks fine to you, but because I'm on Airlink, it's just like, I can barely move. Waiting just a moment. And welcome all the new people who've joined us. Don't forget to vote in the poll for what we're going to work on next. Oh, it's all smoothed out now. But yeah, please feel free to leave comments. I can actually see them here in VR while you're typing them. So feel free to leave your questions as we go. And feel free to vote in the poll to determine what we're going to work on next. Awesome. Okay, so now we've got these grab start events connected in. We now know when both are held, when one is held. We know which object is held and which object is released. And the only thing I was thinking about doing was potentially setting these to be like empty objects up here when they are released, when both are released. But I don't know that that's necessary. I guess when something is grabbed, that could be a change. So I'm trying to think of all the different possible scenarios. Like, what if somebody walks up, grabs one, and starts swinging it without ever grabbing the other one and releasing it? That could be a thing. And so when one is grabbed, we should set that the opposite is true, right? And so what I think we should do is when... Yeah, I got an idea on how this will work. We're going to drag this up into here and duplicate these, because when N2 is grabbed is the equivalent of N1 being released. And then if we come down here, we can duplicate this into N1 being grabbed, because that's the equivalent of N2 being released. Okay, so now that that's in there, when you grab one, you could start swinging it right away. Are you going to fix the time spent leaderboard from last week? That's a really interesting question. Thanks for bringing it up. I don't think it was broken. I don't know why it wasn't working. This one right here. Let me take a quick look. I reviewed the video and it looked fine. Sorry for the tangent, you guys. Time spent when world is entered by player, add player to player IDs, when world is X by player. Like, I reviewed the video and I was like, it looks perfect. I don't know why it's not working. When world is started, send my event to self. When my event is received, set I player IDs to player IDs. Send my event to self after 0.5 seconds. Remove item at index. We could do this with a delay to potentially catch any like bugs of there not being any players in the world. So when world is started, after 5 seconds, send my event. When my event is received, set I player IDs to player IDs. And that should work. So we'll have player IDs. And then we say, while the length of my player IDs is greater than 0. And like that shouldn't even be causing a bug because there isn't anything there. And then we set time spent to be... Oh, and I thought this might be the issue because I just skipped through this. And I was thinking that the player ID values... So I was thinking it might be a weird issue with like not setting it as a number first. And so what we need to know is current time spent for that player. So we'll go and say number and current. If you have no idea what's going on here, it's the last 2 minutes of last live stream. So you're welcome to take a quick peek. Although I think we kind of just walked through the whole script. So set current time spent, and this is almost done. So set this. And so basically, I've always done it this way, so I've never run into this issue. But what I was suspecting was happening is that because we weren't saving these variables ahead of time, we were running into some issues like get user persistent variable time spent, and then add 1 to it. So let's go grab that whole thing. And then here, we're setting the time spent player variable here. This player ID, we're going to set right here. And then we can delete it from here. Basically, we need another current player ID value. And this basically should make this run a lot more efficiently in case that was the issue. And, whoa, that was weird. Backspace, current, PLID, enter, confirm, okay. And so then we're saving the current player ID as well as their current score, which makes this look a lot cleaner as well, which is nice. So when we update their current score to be this +1 value that we just calculated, although we... Yep, that's right. And then here we're doing the same problem, which is getting item, that's the player ID. This is getting their current value, but we have that value because it's right here. And so that set time spent, this goes here. I reversed them. That's what the problem was. Sorry, that might not have even been the problem. The problem was these two were reversed because I went too fast. So I put time spent here. This was supposed to be a player ID variable. This was supposed to be a number variable, but I had them reversed. So that's probably what the issue was. And then remove item, and then send my event after 0.5 seconds. So this should go up every half second. So we'll click stop, clear, play. And the way I set this up is it's going to wait 5 seconds, and then it's just every half second going to go up. So 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. There it goes, like crazy. And so, yeah, so the script was almost right. The only issue, if you were following along last week and didn't get it, was that I had mixed these two up. And so that was the bug. But this also is a much cleaner way to look at it. So thanks for calling that out, Moondog, and hopefully that helps you. I think you might have been the one who asked that question. So yeah, definitely a really valuable tutorial here. And I kind of want to go back and do another one on this, maybe as a proper, like, full tutorial on the channel, because it is a really cool one. Okay. And maybe I'll even create an asset out of this because this is common time spent. This is a common request and create. Okay. There we go. Delete. Okay. Whew. And back to Nunchucks. Sorry about that. Okay, so tangent gone. We're here. We just finished tracking which one was grabbed and which one wasn't grabbed. And so the next thing we want to look at is when you swing it, where is it going? And so right now, this is doing distance between this silver point and this silver point. I think the distance between this center point and this center point is just negligible, that I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to function these like using the center point of this rather than the center point of this. So if you wanted this to be a little bit more accurate, you need references to these positions, so those objects. But we're not going to go that precise. It's going to be like, I don't think it's going to be noticeable. So should be fine. And then what we want to do is run a loop constantly that's checking that Boolean. And so the other thing this script is going to need to do is be local, just like our stretchy string from last week. We're going to hit the settings bar, drop down, and select local, which is going to function this script a lot differently than you might be used to. And so when an object is grabbed, it becomes owned by the player. And so when this grab event happens, we should be transferring ownership of both objects. The problem with transferring ownership when a grab event happens is that it usually causes the world start event to restart. That might have changed with Visit 2.0, or it might not have. I don't actually know. So we're going to be discovering this together. So we're going to go to our Actions tab, scroll down to Player, where we can see Transfer Ownership of Object. And in one grab, we're going to note that we want to transfer to this player ID, and we want to transfer both self as well as the other object, and then we need to duplicate this into the in2 grab as well. And if they've already had their ownership transferred, this will do nothing. And so this is safe to put into both. Okay, so now with that transferred, these are going to run extremely fast, which should give us the positioning correctly. And it also means we can do this next thing, which is a little scary if you've never done it before. I've done it a couple times now, so I'm feeling a little more confident. It's called on update. And so I'm going to grab this on update and move it to the bottom of our script. So I try to think about things chronologically, and I don't really want to think about this until this point. So in my head, it's like you have to have grabbed the nunchucks and let go of one for it to be functioning. Although technically the on update starts running like when world has started, it's already running. Which might lead you to ask the question, why are we using this event that's already started running? Why aren't we creating a loop? Well, I think this has some potential uses that I just like to try using. And the way that we can do this is by using an if. And so this if statement, we want to make sure that only one of these is true. And so there's a couple ways to do this. It is not use. Yeah, this is maybe a more advanced technique, but we're going to use an equals symbol. And so what we want to be true is we want, of the two Booleans, one to be true and only one. Not both to be true, not none to be true, but one to be true. And so to calculate this, we're going to check to see if it is a number value equal to 1. And so we just type in 1 on the right side. So that's what we're checking against. And then we're going to grab a plus symbol and put this onto the left side. And then inside of that, from our values tab, there's variable as number, which we can place into the A and the B slot. And then we can check the in1 and in2 held. And if they are held, this returns a 1. And if it is not held, it returns a 0. So if they're both held, it returns 2, and it's not equal to 1. If it returns 0, that's none are held. And if 1 is held, it'll return a 1. And so that is how we're going to be using this to make sure only this is only happening when 1 is held. So with that really cool trick here, so checking n1 held as number plus n2 held as number equals 1, we can now create a bunch of stuff that happens inside this if that will only happen when this happens to be true. And so what we want to do then is know that the one that is not held, right? So we know that there will be a released object when this is the case. And we want to make sure that the distance between us and that is a certain value. So I'm going to create a new number and I'm going to call this max string, or we'll call this max rope and length. Max rope length. Click confirm. And then for now, I'm going to type this as 0.3. And that should be 1 foot, which isn't very much. No, we should do this as 3 feet. So 1 meter? No. 1 meter? No. 0.7. That's as much as I'm willing to do. That's 2 feet, a little more than 2 feet. So, okay, we got our max rope length. And what we want to do then is say if the rope length, like the distance between them, so we're going to start with an if statement. And this if statement is checking the distance. And it's saying if the distance between the two, let's see, where is distance 2? Yep. And then we're going to grab position of object, or the N1 and N2. So up here under object, we can grab position of, and we're going to duplicate this into both A and B. And then we have the objects listed here, held object, released object. We could use that. We could also use self and other. I think for the purposes of this whole section, we're going to refer to held object and released object because it's going to allow us to think about it from that perspective, which is important. So held object and released object. So we're checking the distance from this position to this position. And if that distance is greater than the max rope length, we then want to make sure that it stays at that distance. We don't want it to, we want it to kind of move closer. So we then want to move to, and since this is happening on a per frame basis, this should be fine to use move to rather than move to over time. So we're going to move the released object. This is why I said we're going to think about it in this sort of framing. We'll move the released object to a position along the line. And so if you think about, like, this is where it's released, this is where it's held, this is the line between them. And it's actually going to be from this point here to this point here. We're then going to determine a position along this line that is 0.7 meters. And so what we should then see is, to determine that position, we want the direction multiplied by 0.7. And so this sounds pretty complex because it kind of is. And then we need to add that to the position of self. Is that the easiest way to do this? I think it is. No. There's an easier way. There's totally an easier way. Why didn't I think of this? LIRP, linear interpolation. So what this allows us to do is find that position along that line. So you grab position of released object goes in the from position. No. From the position of the held object to the position of the released object, and the alpha is this 0.7. Oh, no, because that's in percentage. Never mind. That's a percent. That won't be in meters. Darn it. Yeah, okay. I mean, we were close there, though. That's kind of like the right direction. Darn, that is so close. Okay, it's so close to doing what we needed to do. So we have to do the math ourselves. And so the first part of that is we need to add to the position of where we're currently holding the objects. So this is all happening relative to our current held position. And then the position that we're adding to is that multiplication I told you about. So we grab the multiply symbol, put that on the right side here, and we're multiplying against this 0.7, which is our length. So if you typed 1.7, then the string would be 1.7 meters. And so then what this needs to be is a normal vector. And if you're not familiar with the term normal, it's a vector with the length of 1 meter. So if you look at this vector here, you can see based off the ground that's about 1.5 meters. And we want it to be a 1 meter normal vector so that when we multiply it by 0.7, it's not being skewed by this extra half meter. So that's why we normalize it. Okay, So then we're going to go find normal under vector math right here. So we'll grab normalize, put that in the A slot. And the vector that we're going to normalize is the position minus the other position. So we can come down here, grab from the top the minus symbol, and then we put the position of, and I probably have these backwards. It's a 50% chance I messed it up. But if I got this right, then it's going to be in this position. If I got it wrong, it's going to be in this position. So it'll be the opposite of where we want it to be. But that is the starting point. So now it's time to go tie this up, see if this works, and wish me luck, guys. Oh, and feel free to leave comments. I know I'm going to keep saying that, but like not leaving comments means that I'm doing good. So I guess we're doing great. So glad to hear that. And if you do have any suggestions, please feel free to leave them. Okay, so we've got this, and we're going to call this one the self object. So this is where it's going to be attached to. And this will be the other. And then we can reference this by dragging this into the other slot. There we go. We can now drop this, drop that, and hit play. And so interesting that that one stayed floating. That's weird. Would you like to explain yourself, sir? Interactive physics is on. Custom gravity's not on. Okay. Should be functioning. Play. Okay, now they're falling. That was weird. Okay, so now when we come in here, when I grab this, it starts this. Whoa. Okay, it is doing the opposite. Okay, it's doing the opposite, which probably looks pretty similar to what we want it to do, but no, it's not. That was funny. So back on our script, all we have to do is reverse those positions that I told you I'd messed up. And so instead of doing held object on the left, we put that on the right, put released object on the left, and now that should work. So stop and play. It doesn't matter which one of these I grab, which is kind of crazy. It should have... Whoa. Dude. It should stay at 0.7 meters in length, but it's not. That's interesting. Okay. Let's... Oh, there it is. Okay, so that is working. It's not giving us the swing that we want, obviously, but we're on the right track. Like, look at that. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Oh, that is... But why did it use the wrong object? I think it's because... Why did it use the wrong... Huh. What's wrong with that? I just released that, so that should be the released object. Let's check our script and see what mistake I have made. So we move the released object to the position of the held object. Set held object to self. Set released object to other in. When in1 release is received, set held object to other in. Released object to self. And up here, we're setting both of these to true and true. Set held object to other in. When grab to is other in. So that's the one that's held. And the released object is now self. And reverse up here. Held object is self, released object is other. This all seems right. So what is going wrong here? Huh. It's so close. Stop and play. I also would like to start this so it's nice and close to this. So I'm just going to move this so it doesn't seem like it's weird that it has a shorter length. There you go. Now stop and play. Come in. So theoretically, when I grab this, it keeps that one there, which is exactly what we wanted to happen. The string is a little bit off, and I think now the string is good. I think the string is listening to the left side, not the right side. But if I let go of this one, it doesn't do anything. But if I grab this one, it does. Why? Oh, I don't get it. I think we need to debug print some numbers. I think that is what needs to happen here. So when you start having issues like this, that is the next step, which is to start debug printing. So we're going to our values tab where we can find debug print, and we're going to debug print this value as a string. So variable as string, and that should return from the start of the world 0. And now what we should find is if I grab this one, it should return 1. As long as that returns 1, we're in the clear. And it did return 1. So it is functioning as we would intend at this stage. We intend for this to equal 1. It did equal 1. So the next question is, does, when that equals 1, is this greater than the maximum rope length? Position of held object to the position of the released object, is that greater than the max rope length? It should be. Held object. Oh, what if it's... No, I don't understand how that could ever... I have an idea, but we'll come back to it. So first, let's debug print that, see what numbers we're getting. So first off, we're receiving nothing because number 1 isn't held, right? So like you have to hold this. So now that we're holding this, it should be returning a really large length. So let's go see what that returned. And unbelievably, the length of that was always less than half a meter, which is unbelievable. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable. Feel like I'm going crazy. Okay, so unbelievable, 0.61. Let's grab that again and try it again. So I pull this over to here. I'm going to hold it for a couple seconds. I'm going to bring it out even further. Yeah, it's still always 0.6. Okay. Stop this. Clear. So I have this other idea, which is that rather than using held object and released object, but I think there's a bug somewhere up here. So what we've done is we have grabbed into. With into grabbed, the ownership has been transferred to both of them. And the held object has been set to other in, which is the one that we were holding on to. And the released object is set to self. But perhaps the ownership transfer event is preventing this from happening. I don't think that's what's happening, though. So what I thought we might try... See, I don't think that's happening because we're getting a Boolean value of true, so it didn't get reset, right? Like it didn't get reset. And the position of this, so I was thinking instead of doing that, we do the position of self and other in. And we see what values those debug print. Because this one should for sure be the correct number, which should be way bigger than 0.7, which is what it was showing. No, it's still showing 0.6. Bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. I'm so confused. It's debug printing. Position of this to the position of this as a string. The position of that was easily 7 meters. It was displaying 0.6. There's no bugs in the script. The released object and the held object start as empty. And the other n is definitely referencing this guy. You can see that because this has got the reference cable. Okay. And position of self to the other nunchuck. And then from here we're doing the distance from the position of held object to the position of the released object greater than the max rope length. Well, the problem is it's not becoming greater than the max rope length, but it's not telling us why. So in case it's a local scripting thing, we're going to turn local off for a second and put it on default. So this will just look ugly. But if this is a local scripting thing, then this should work. And it does. So it is a local scripting thing. It's obviously not meant to look that bad. It would look perfect if it wasn't. You know, you saw what it looked like. It looked great. Yeah. Sorry if... yeah, it was... Okay, let's see. So, in that case, script execution mode... Whoa, it still says local. What? Reopen. Double check. Okay, it is saved as local. That's fine. The thought is, Horizon automatically transfers ownership of things when you grab it. So let's not do transferring of ownership ourselves and only do transfer of ownership via Horizon's automatic ownership transfer and see if that solves our problem. Clear, stop, and play. So the goal is that I'd grab this with one hand and it would follow like that, and it did. Oh, that's nice. And that worked too. Wow, that worked great. I can't seem to grab this after I let go, which is interesting. But the idea would be that I'd throw it. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Get back here! What? Wait, what just happened? Okay, so I threw it, and it stopped working? But this one works. Whoa, I can't grab it. Okay, grabbed. Oh. Huh. And now we're back to the same problem as before. Huh. Stop. Clear. So for a second there, it seemed like we had fixed it. I want to double check that these are doing the correct thing. So we know N1 is the guy on the left. And when N1 is grabbed, we set the held object to be self, because it is self, and the released object to be the other one, which makes sense. And we set N1 to be held as true. And then when N2 is grabbed, we set held object to be the other object, which makes sense because it is. And then the released object is set to self. And this is set to true. Perhaps because we're setting the released object despite there not being a released object. I'm trying to solve... Wait, I have an idea. If we use object parameter empty, we can now only set it if it's empty. If this... I don't think this is the issue, but if it is, we do if released object equals empty, then we're only setting the variable in that case. So say if released object equals empty, then set the released object, and we'll do the same thing up here, except for not this one, but this one. Okay, so held object, and I guess that's also true for the held object, because otherwise these have been saved by someone else. Okay. And then when the object is released, we set it to be the opposite, which, again, N1 is the one on the left. So it sets the held object to be the other one, and then the released object to be self, and it sets n1 held to be false. And here under n2, we set the held object to be self because the other one was released. And then we set the released object to be the other one because it was the one that was released. And we set n2 to be held to be false. Okay, so this all looks good. I don't think we need the debug print anymore. Don't know. I just feel like I'm getting the wrong values being returned, is what it feels like. So that's working, which is good. Now I grab this and I let go of that, and that's working. Then I grab this again, maybe, and it's no longer working. The moment I grab the other one, it stops working. And I just feel like I'm getting the wrong values being returned. Oh gosh, that's gone. That's gonzo. That's so funny. That's hysterical to look at. I guess this is where we had talked about not using the reference object positions earlier, and maybe if we used those, it would work. I'm also wondering if the end string is having some effect, because the end string is saying transfer ownership from those objects, but that's only of self when object 1 is grabbed. So that shouldn't really have any effect. Yeah, no, that shouldn't have an effect. So then... Huh. So what we want to do is create some object references. That's what we're going to try doing next and see if that solves the problem. So we're going to call this ref for reference 1 and click confirm. And then we're going to do another one, object reference 2. And so because I feel like I'm getting the wrong values returned, we're just hoping that by using reference 1 and 2, we'll get the right values. And so then here when we're checking distance, we check the distance from ref 1 to ref 2. And then rather than using position of these things here, we're going to have to... this could definitely cause some weird issues in a minute. Well, let's start by trying it out and just see if using the reference position just causes it to work. And then I think we're going to have to swap these out, which could cause some more issues than we realized. Okay, so hey, go ahead and hit stop. Open up the properties panel of this, properties panel of that. And then we need to zoom in and open up this sphere here. Then zoom out, zoom in here, open up the sphere here, then zoom out. And then we can close out of this one, but here we need to use this as reference 2. And this one is reference 1. These are non-animated, so I'm going to turn animation off on those. Non-animated. And reference 1 and 2 are in. Okay. There we go. Go ahead and hit play. Okay, and so far we've been testing from the right we pick up and it works. When we grab from the left and we let go and it works. But then when we let go and we try to grab it, it stops working and it's still not working. And I'm pretty confident that it's just because it thinks that it's in the right position, I guess. Move released object to... So released N1. No, we released N2, which that's the reason I said that. Okay. Maybe because we're running this on prefix default. I think default is fine. Maybe we need to create this in our own event loop. I don't know. I'm just kind of guessing in the dark, and this is often what I do behind the scenes in a video when you're not seeing it, and I'm just like, what makes this work? Why isn't it working? And just for ease of use, I'm going to use my event and then send this on world start so it runs continuously just like the update event was doing. And then down here, we just drag this if statement into here and then delete this one. Okay. So now if I grab this, it works. Grab this, let go, it works. Then grab this, and it's still not working. Okay, so we know it's not the on update causing the weird functionality. Whoa. Oh, it's pulling this one down. Do you see that? My hand's going up, but it's pulling it down. Interesting. So it's like when I've released this one, it still thinks that it's the other one. It's like it's got it, I almost want to say it's got it backwards, but it's not freaking out on this one. It's only freaking out on this one. And that is long gone. And stop. Okay. We're also at the point where I would recommend just stopping and coming back on another day. So if I can't get this sorted in a little bit, we're going to do that because it is important to do that. It's a healthy practice if you're having an issue like this. And then you come back with a fresh pair of eyes. So what I wanted to try before giving up, though, was using the reference positions in here. So here when we were doing move object 2, instead of using the released object to determine which object we're going to move, we're going to use something a little different. We're going to use an if and an else first and foremost. And we're going to say if in1 is held, then we're moving not the released object, but we're moving the other object, right? And then if in1 is not held, then we know we're moving self. And then the position is not using the held object anymore. We're actually going to be using what would be, oh my gosh, that was the issue right there. No, that's correct. But no, I don't know. Interesting. Okay. Nope. I still don't know. So the position of is reference 1 is which object is not being held. So other in would be reference 1 because we want it to be the opposite, and then self would be reference 2. And then over here, we're going to delete released object and held object. And then think of this as released, held. So released is ref 2, and then held is ref 1. And then reverse this down here, ref 1 and ref 2. And that could work. That could work. Fingers crossed, guys. Okay. Okay, it is working. Somewhat. Position's a little funky. But it doesn't work after that. Whoa. Yeah, you want to work. Okay, come on. So close. Okay, so it still has the same behavior, more or less. And we know that when we turned off local scripting, so if you watch that new video I released today, in there I say, I avoid local scripting at all costs. It's because of stuff like this. Local scripting's just got a lot of weird, quirky things, like the position is probably just giving us the wrong position reference. And because of that, we're getting something not what we'd expect, and therefore it's not working. So if I go and turn this back to default, it'll function just fine, and my math is just fine. There's no issues with it. Right? Like, wow, it's working. It's, it's a little laggy, but it works every single time, and it doesn't matter what I do, it's going to work. But sure, it's laggy. So because of that, let's stick with default scripting for a second. And instead of using this move to instantly, let's use move to over time. It's not going to be pretty, but it could be functional, and that's all we really need at this point. I'll go for functional. And we'll go ahead and change this to be 0.1 second or maybe even 0.2 seconds to give us a little bit of just smoothness. So we're just trying to smooth it out at this point. Then we'll duplicate this down here, delete, delete, and then slide up, delete, and then hit play. Stop and play. Please be smooth. I mean, it's better, right? Like, it's not perfect. It's not perfect in the slightest, but you know what? It is. That's actually kind of fun. Okay, you know what? That is a behavior I can get around. And so the next thing we want to do is get it to spin, and we want it to get it to spin around this position. And so there is a way to do this, and I just have never done it before, not intentionally at least. I've only done it on accident. So I am going to go ahead and do some crazy stuff here. Oh, please. Fingers crossed we can get this to work. Under our motion tab, because we're using physics, we can spring spin objects towards rotation, spring push objects towards rotation, or towards position. And if you spring push towards a position, and that position is the position of reference 1 in this case, and this goes here, and then we duplicate this down and do the inverse, and we say position of reference 2, and then the self goes here. Now we're applying a physical force in addition to the motion that we're applying, which may or may not work. Yeah, it's that. No, I think it's applying the force just in the wrong direction. Yeah, it's applying the force in the wrong direction. So let's see. Position, so spring push other object towards position of reference 1. Why is it going in the opposite direction then? Maybe because this isn't supposed to be a position and it's supposed to be a direction vector. And in that case, we need it to be this normalized vector we created earlier, which was a direction vector. And we'll just see what happens when we do that. Stop and play. And Craig, I will just like, no, come on, lightly apologize because I am definitely getting burnt out on this topic. I'm just like, oh my gosh, please work. Darn local scripting. It is stinky because it was so cool. Oh, that is kind of neat that you can kind of throw it and it bounces back, almost like a stretchy string. Well, I mean, this is definitely stretchy string. Okay, but we really want it to spin that way so we can throw it around our head. And while we're heading in the right direction, it doesn't appear to be applying the physical force that I want it to. And so in that case, I think we need to apply this even if the distance isn't greater than. So what we need to do is say, duplicate this if statement down here, delete this, and then delete this. Nope. Delete this. Then duplicate this, delete this, and delete that. So basically what this is saying is if it gets too far away, it's still moving it in the wrong direction though. Is it always going to move in this direction? No, it does seem to try to move in the opposite direction. Let's see. Let's see. We're going to just reverse these. No, it is definitely floating away. Why? Why are you floating away? Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing, little nunchuck? What are you doing? Nope. Okay. Spring push was the idea because it usually causes this sort of like spinny thing to happen over time. But I'm thinking the distance could be causing this to not work. So let's delete this just for now. Try just using spring push. Stop and play. And it should be coming back. You want to come back. No, you don't. I see it. I can tell very clearly you don't. Because I did do it right originally, which was to have it as position 1 and reference 2. That definitely was right. And I'm not sure which order this needs to go in. Let's try thinking about this again. If it's the other end that needs to go towards reference 1, self goes towards reference 2. Okay. So that was right. Maybe it was just that move 2 that was causing it to break. So now if I grab this, it is moving towards us. Not with enough to pick it up off the ground, but with enough to roll it. So that's unique. Okay, let's give it some more stiffness. Okay, I'm starting to have a little more fun here. Okay, we're going to 25 on the stiffness, which should make it a little bit more taut. And then we hit play. And I'm going to read Yolanda's message real quick. She says, I really wish it wasn't this difficult to build in Horizon. It does feel like a job sometimes. It was like, if you know what you're doing with the math, it should be easier. Thanks, Craig. Appreciate you. But it's like, it should be easier, right? Like, but sometimes things to get them done. Oh my gosh. I did it. It's really bad, but we can be happy with that. That's oh, I hope you're enjoying that because that's funny. Oh my goodness. And if I let go, it's gone. It doesn't even know how to come back at that point. Where'd it go? It's below the ground. It's trying to get here. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, I hear you, Yolanda. Oh my goodness. Okay, so like, let's continue with this. We're getting close. The problem is it's still getting way too far away. Like, absolutely love it, but it needs to get back towards this position. And so I think what we do is slightly different, where we run a second if statement right underneath this, because no matter what, if the distance is greater than that max distance, we need it to come back towards this position. So we're going to do the same thing we had before. So apologies for a little bit of rework here. But we're going to say if the distance is greater than the max rope length, and then we're going to go recalculate that distance. Okay. And distance 2, if the distance from position of reference 1 to position of reference 2 is greater than the max rope length, what we need to do is this exact same thing without the springiness. So it's like this, but not springy. And so under motion, there is a push. Dun, 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 dun. How do we get there? Push objects toward position. No, but we don't want it to be springy. We want it to just push at position, push with mass. I think it's push. Let's try push. Yeah, let's try push. And so now we want to push this object, or in this case, this object, and we want to push it toward, but it's by a vector, so this is where we have to describe the amount, like how much we want to push it by. And we want to push it by position of reference 1 minus position of reference 2, and then duplicate that into here and reverse these. And hopefully I got the order of that right. And theoretically, this should be just applying a massive push to prevent it from getting away. Oh! Yeah! Yeah, I mean, it's out of control. For sure out of control. But no, that's what we want right there. It's not going too far because of that extra push we've put in. It still gets a little bonkers, I guess. I don't know why that happened. That's bonkers. That is no. Why? Stop. Just stop. It won't stop. You're done. Oh, are you done? It was pretty good though. Thank you. The Shoes asks, with Horizon coming to web and desktop, do you think we will be able to build without a headset on? I wish. They also said it was coming to desktop, and it's literally been a year since they said that. So take it with a grain of salt that it's coming to desktop. And if you go to the desktop version of the app using the exe file, it doesn't have edit mode support. So I know that was so close, Craig. It was. And now it's doing whatever it's doing out there. And honestly, I think I'm going to stop here because we're messing with some crazy physics. And I am having a little bit of fun now. But I don't want to go any further because it's not going to be any more fun if we try to fix it. It might be a fun topic at some point to ask someone from the Horizon team like Martin Schubert, who's an absolute expert at this stuff. Like, for instance, when I started working on this, like in my head yesterday when you were begging me for this, I was like looking up tutorials of not tutorials, but like videos of people swinging nunchucks so I could see what it looked like where they were like throwing it under their, like, because I wanted to kind of get an idea of how you could make it work in VR. And I learned that from Martin. He's a guy who does that. So he like looks at things in real life and then figures out how to make it work exactly like that in VR. And he just understands the math on a far better level than I can. But really appreciate you guys pushing through that. I think it's time we move on to the next thing. And we're going to say, fare thee well, Nunchucks. I will save you as a new asset, though. N2. Oh, excuse me. And then click create. Whew. Okay, and delete. If you're having trouble with the weight of the headset, try adjusting your straps. It took me a while to figure out what I like, but it took me a while. But eventually I did get a position that feels a little bit better, because I've had that experience, and it's not fun when it feels super heavy. Yeah, for sure. Shoes, we actually went over that at the very beginning of this video, but I'll give you a 2-second review of what we went over, and you're welcome to go back and take a peek. But basically, we saved this door asset from the Essentials copy, so you import it into the world, and then once you have it imported, what you want to do is make sure you select the script. I recommend selecting it first, then select this, and then you open up the Properties panel, and you can create an asset out of it. Once it's saved to your asset library, you can pull it out like you just saw me do there. And then what you'll see is we can just walk into this, and if the world is started, it will open up for us. And that is how you can import an asset like a door or anything else. And so, yeah, I'd recommend going to the beginning because we show the whole process. It's like in the first 15 minutes or so. Yeah, maybe it will work after a later update. That would be awesome, right? Oh, yeah. Okay, guys, so next up, we're going to take a look at what you guys voted for. So let's see. The votes are in, and, whew. Yo! I know there's an air conditioner. Sorry, it's a little loud. Oh my goodness gracious. That was intense, was it not? Appreciate you bearing with us there. That was a really interesting one. I really enjoyed, like, at the very end when it became kind of, like, springy and it was starting to function like you'd expect. I suspect there's probably some way that I think what I've seen Martin do, and then, like I said, it's just these are one of those things where you get it to a point where you need to stop and just come back another day. This is the thing where if I was building this, like, professionally, I would stop today, come back tomorrow, or even 2 days from now. And what I'd remember is what I'm remembering right now, which is that Martin Schubert, I believe what he does is he zeroes out the physics at the very beginning, because what we're seeing happening is it's like amplifying and amplifying. And so I believe what he does is he sets the physical interaction of it to be 0 at the very beginning, and then manually calculates the direction himself, I think. I'd have to look at a few more of his assets, but if you look at some of his stuff, he does like the punching bags and a lot of those really awesome ones. There's a brand new tutorial that came out on Friday on the Meta Horizon Worlds channel that is killer, and he talks in depth about a lot of those things that he's working on. Okay, so, oh, to get your assets, yes, I do have to invite you. That is a thing. So yeah, if you want to be invited to the asset pack, what is your username? I feel like I've already added you. Your username sounds familiar. And I believe I replied to your comment if you did comment on YouTube But what you do is you import it into, once you've been added, you accept the collaboration invite and then import it. And anybody who's just joining, I see a lot of new users just came on. Feel free to leave your comments, questions in here. We'll do our best to answer them, maybe even show you some tutorials live on what you're asking about. But if you want to comment your username, Shoes, I can look up and see if you're in here, if I've already added you, or if we need to add you again, that's fine too. Like looking to see if you're in. But yeah, comment your Oculus username right now and I will get you added. Okay. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Okay, so we have number one, absolute beast of just like votes and vote poured in, and everybody wants to see high five like an arena clash. So I'm super down for that. Let me eat this yogurt. Ugh, yum, yogurt. I even have a granola bar. I thought about putting the granola bar into the yogurt, but we're not going to do that. That's a little much for a live stream. You don't need to see some crazy chowing. King Chief 01. I've definitely added you, King Chief. Your name is super familiar. I feel like I just did that one yesterday or the day before. But once you'll see it under your collaboration invites. Collaboration invites were also down for a little bit. Looking to see if you're in like the most recent. I got a whole list of everybody who's been added recently. Well, I know I've added you before, King Chief, so you should have it. I don't see it in my most recent ads though. So I can add you again. I'll put you back at the top just in case you got removed or something. But yeah, so basically under your collaboration invites, you'll see that. We can go through it real quick and I can show you when I get back in, since I'm going to be adding a couple of you. King Chief 01, gotcha. And then Shoes, if you want to comment your username, that would be great too. Okay. The Shoes, it's KDarius43. I don't know if I recognize that one. KDarius43. Maybe, but we'll add you again if necessary, so no problem. Whew. So, high-fiving like Arena Clash. That is going to be what's up next. So, if I can get you guys to vote again, we're going to have a couple options for how we're going to do this. And so, ending the poll, we want to determine what happens when you high five. What happens on high five? And so we could do teleport player. We could teleport players. We could play sound effects and visual effects. We could play haptics. Something else? Question mark. Leave comment. So there you go. Go ahead and vote on that, and once we get like 5 to 10 votes, we'll go ahead and go and start. So, DJ Equalizer, got you. I will write you down as well. Oh, long time watcher, first time commenter. Love it. That's great. DJ Equalizer. Equalizer. Cool. Whew. So yeah, if you don't see the poll, feel free to just comment your suggestions. We have one vote for play haptics. That's a good one. That requires us to think about which hand has been high-fived, which shouldn't be too difficult. Ooh, teleport players. Another vote for haptics. Nice. So when you're thinking of haptics, right now you already get a haptic feedback when you do a high five. And so you kind of get like a little visual, I believe. I mean, I'd have to see it again. I'm also going to need somebody to like show up here in VR. So if you're in VR right now, I have 3 slots in this world. Comment if you'd like to join me in VR right now. Would love to have a couple of you come out to do some testing with the high fives. And then, let's see. High five, haptic feedback. And so I'm thinking, if we're going to do a haptic feedback, it should feel like a zing, like, oh my gosh, my hand is sore. Like, it should just like, it should go for a little bit. So it's just like, ow. Renew health on high five. Dan Blast is great. That's so funny. So, really funny, Dan. And it's actually super funny because at the very beginning of this video, at the very beginning of the stream, I was like, we're not doing any player mechanics because we're not building a minigame today. So, to renew health is not that difficult though. So there's two options for your scenario. So what you're going to see happen here is there's going to be some sort of manager that's calculating all of these things for like when your hand gets close to another player. We might also try some hacky things to figure it out. And then what we want to do is take that event and you would send it to a controller. And that controller would say, oh, so-and-so, high five so-and-so. Either revive both of them, revive the person who's dead, etc. Or apply health to both of them. Everybody's saying play haptics, so I guess that's what we're doing. Sounds great. Any other ideas, you guys? Feel free to leave them in the comments. But yeah, so like renewing health basically means we have to talk about player variables, controllers, health managers, potentially like reviving people if they're like not moving. So one option we could do if you wanted to do like a reviving is that we could set player speed. So like when high five, set player speed to normal, which would be like 4.5. So that would be an option. So just in the place of where we'll have play haptics, you could do set speed. And then you'd also could put like set player variable. But again, I didn't really want to get into player variables on this specific topic as it's already a pretty high level topic. So apologies, we won't be going that deep, but. Ooh, Louis says he'd like to join. Sweet. Well, Louis, you're the first, so absolutely. Dan Blast says he's coming, so he's the second, which leaves us one spot. So whoever comments next, you got it. Okay. And we're switching back over to, here we go. All right. Welcome back. And I'm going to have to re-add the comments back here. So hit the pin button. It's pinned. Oh, that didn't work. Try again. And pin. There we go. Okay, so I've got you guys here, which is great. That might have opened it on the screen over here, but it didn't, so that's good. And the last thing we want to do is add y'all. So if I go to play mode, open up my menu, collaborators, search for DJ.equalizer. There he is. Invite as editor. Oh. Invite as editor, just to make sure. Okay, and then next up was Dan Blast. There he is. Invite as editor. Nice. Okay. And our last one here is to... It's, though tough to get into space as a corporation with no external assets. Yeah, it is. It is really tough with no external assets. Oh my gosh, you telling me? I've been asking for us to get logos and stuff in forever. It's like we definitely need it. Excuse me. And then what I wanted to do next was go to the menu and show you how you can import assets. I also need to turn the AC back on because it is a blazing hot day today. And you can't hear it because of the really great sound isolation feature of the Quest 2. Thank you, Quest 2, for having some really great audio quality. All right, so under the assets, I'm about to add a few of you to this one. And so we go manage collaborators, and the requests we had were from DJ.equalizer. We also had King Chief 01. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Whoops. And equal. Am I really spelling it that wrong? I probably am. I must have my A and my U mixed up. Or I've already added you. UA. Yeah, I must have already added you to this one. So DJ Equalizer, I'm pretty sure you'll find this in your collaboration invites. And then we had King Chief 01. There he is. Invite as editor. Invite as editor. And then our next one goes to, trying to remember your name. It was a new one for me. I think I wrote it down, though. Hey, Dan, great to have you.
I'm in.
K Darius 43. That's what we're going to look up next. This is the shoes. K Darius. There you are. And invite as editor. Okay. So for those following along with this quick shot at how to get the asset pack, once you open up your create tab, you'll have collaboration invites. And in here, you're going to need to accept an invite. So you'd click info, then click accept. And then once you've accepted that invite, you'll see it under the My Worlds tab. And then you can click the info icon and then the 3-dot icon and click import world. For more on this, we actually do this at the very beginning of this video. So after the live stream, you're welcome to go to the very beginning and watch that all happen again. But basically that's what we do. We import it, then we create assets out of it. So hopefully that helps. And if you still have questions, feel free to leave them in the comments. And the only person that we didn't double add was our friend DJ Equalizer. So I think he was already on copy 4 is what we were looking at. So I'll add you to copy 3 just to be sure. All right. And I think we've still got 1 spot left in this space. So if you'd like to join us in VR, feel free to comment your username. And the next person to comment will get you added as a collaborator so you can come visit us. Okay. DJ dot equal. There he is. Invite as editor. Wait, no, it wasn't this guy, was it? It was it? I don't even remember. I've kind of lost track. So if you're not added and you don't have it, just feel free to comment again. And if you're not seeing it under your if you're not seeing it under your collaboration invites. Okay. So welcome, Dan, and let's try high-fiving normally. So we'll just
Okay.
Wait, did they remove high fives? They did, didn't they? Oh my gosh. Wait, punch me.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's only in build mode that you can't do it anymore. I forgot. This is a build mode thing. So they removed high fives in build mode. So, Craig would like to join. We would love to have you, Craigus. Craigus Prime, it's his birthday today, so please leave some confetti in the chat for Craig. Anyone who will spend their birthday with me is an awesome person. Great to have you, dude. All right. You've got an invite, and I'll double check our invites went out. Looks like they did. Sweet. So DJ Equalizer should be here soon. I don't even... Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. Sweet. So, what we want to do is actually high five. And so I'm going to create a quick party. So Dan, why don't you hold out your hand and we'll create a party.
Okay.
I guess none of these gestures work in build mode. Fun. So I'm going to invite you to a party manually nearby. And more add to party. Everyone. More add to party. Can you guys comment if you can hear Dan? Especially after we get into the party, that would be important to note.
Okay, everyone.
All right.
Check, check, check. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay.
The question is, can they hear you?
Gotcha.
Okay. I have added everybody to the party, and hopefully we'll hear them soon. And then what I wanted to do was...
So they're coming in now.
Yep.
Right behind you.
Hey, look at that. Welcome, guys.
I don't see them, though.
Maybe.
I see a ring and a tag, name tag.
Okay, cool. So you guys can't hear it. Great
go.
to hear it. Dion, thanks for commenting. Really appreciate you. I just sent you both party invites. If you want to accept the party invite, we're going to go do a quick high five. Because that is really important. All right. Go to... I was in, then I was kicked out. Oh. Louis. What is your Oculus username? DJ Equalizer. Wait, you're right here, aren't you? I'm not sure. Try searching your assets or your worlds for this. I know sometimes you can't see it, which is... I've had that problem before. Go to copy 3, I think. I definitely think you got the collaboration invite, right? So you should be able to see that. DJ.equalizer. And invite as editor. Okay, so you've definitely got another invite. So hopefully that works for you.
Somebody's here because I can't pass this ring. Yeah, I see DJ Equalizer, World Editor right there. Literally right here.
Okay, but who's in our party? Our party is composed of Lakes, Craig, and Dan, and DJ Equalizer. Well, he'll have to catch up. So I guess first and foremost, go to Horizon Got Talent, do a high five there. That sounds like a plan. We'll do that. Thanks for the suggestion. We're going to go do a high five at Horizon Got Talent. Feel free to join us at Horizon Got Talent. And search, visit worlds, invite party. All right, you guys got invites, and we are on our way. Check out my new outfit. I didn't want to wear a blue shirt today. I'm wearing red in real world, but this is nice. Oh, you were in, then you got kicked out. No, now I understand. Oh, what he meant was like, I thought he meant the Essentials pack. He meant the world. So strange. Louis, try joining on us then, and see if you can't get into the party. All right, so we are in a world. Nice. Let's try a high five. Hey,
Nope.
there they
Oh,
are.
there we go.
Okay, so we can see that you get a little bit of a haptic feedback. It's not very intense. And you get a little visual, a nice sound effect. So the visual and the sound effect is solid. What we really want to do is take that vibration and make it feel like your hand hurts. It's like, ow, that hurts. That's the plan for today. We're going to make it hurt. The thing that we have to think about, and this is where I've had some issues in the past, so I'll take you to a world where I use this exact same thing, is we're tracking the distance between hands. And when they get close, we're then triggering that. And it can come with some issues. So we'll take a quick peek around here. This is Horizon Got Talent by King Chief 01. Thanks for inviting us here. Oh, I didn't realize these were some marshmallows from the asset pack. Nice. And go. Wait, is that not how you guys eat marshmallows? Just kidding. All right. Oh, very cool. Oh, the door. Nice. Look at that. And you can even like X the people out. Love it. And little invisible wall with some like boundaries to explain it. That's nice. Wasn't expecting to go on a tour today, but this is pretty cool. I think. Oh. You see me. Oh, Dan. My performance skills, you don't like them? I see how it is.
This is for the nunchucks.
That's for the nunchucks. All right, I hear you. Okay, so we're going to head on to another world that uses the high-fiving feature we talked about, and it is called Outbreak at the Manor. Merc and I worked on this one, and it is pretty fabulous. So I've just sent a party invite, if you guys can accept that. And so what we did in here is we basically said if you get close to a person and tag them, then they become it. And so this is where I learned my first problem that needed to be solved. And so the first problem that I learned was the amount of calculations that has to happen can really overload a headset. And so in here, we could play the game, we could head in. Basically, when you get tagged, in 19 seconds it's going to start. And so whoever gets tagged, you'll feel vibrations on both hands. And you will also become it. You'll have a mask put on you. So we'll give that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and here it goes.
Welcome to your nightmare.
All right, 5 seconds. Who's it? Oh, I heard someone get tagged. Who's it? You're it. Okay, so Dan is it. Now, when he gets close to me, my hands vibrate. They should. They're not. I actually, if I have to take a guess, I think Visit 2.0 broke this world, which really sucks. But basically, what should have happened is my hands should have been vibrating. I'm like, no, it's not working. Sorry, that was a little too close. Are your hands vibrating? Yeah.
No, not at all.
That's too bad. So what this means is there's going to be a lot of figuring out how to work within 2.0. And so I'm sure a lot of you have already experienced this. Definitely comment if you're having trouble with Visit 2.0, because it's a common issue. I mean, I am scared to find out how many worlds I've built like this that are now completely broken because like the main mechanic, which is getting tagged, no longer functions in 2.0. So it is very, very scary. But now that you understand, like basically it was like I'd get close, I'd get tagged because I was super close to him. But what was really cool about this is it was calculating distance and applying haptics based off the distance to the person, which was a really neat effect because it would just basically get more and more intense the closer you were. And you could use your hands to detect how close they were to you and in which direction. So you could really feel out where the person was who was it. It's very, very unique. We're not going to be going to that extent, but let's go ahead on into build mode. I'm gonna try and get DJ Equalizer. I'm gonna send him a friend request and then see if we can't view his profile and
You got your
re-invite him to the
boundaries set
party.
up so he can't get too close. Really? Yeah.
Brand new
So
request
get
sent
pretty
to
close
you.
to Alex, yeah. So you got your bubble up.
Oh, maybe you should just be friends with Craig so you can say happy birthday to you. I don't want to get demonetized, and I'm pretty sure it's copyrighted. Okay. We're now going to head back to the Nunchucks world, so I'm hitting Edit World and inviting you guys to join. And then hopefully we'll be meeting DJ Equalizer there. All right. Ooh, a lot of votes coming in for teleport players. If you guys want to keep voting in the poll, it looks like there's 6 votes so far, so feel free to keep voting. You could very easily turn the tides. So every vote counts at this point. It's literally 1 vote from being a tie. All right. So now that we know what high-fiving looks like in Horizon, we know what it feels like in Horizon, we know what we could do with it, let's figure out how we can get this to work within the confines of Visit 2.0. So leaving party, ignore that you can see that thing in my menu. That doesn't exist. I'm pretty sure that popped up on the screen. Sorry, guys. Oh. Someone's going to rewind and be like, screenshot, what is this? What I wanted to try and do was make a trigger that detects. So if we attached it to the player's hand, could we detect a collision? That's the idea. Okay. So the script, basically all we want the script to do is debug print the player that we have collided with. That's the goal. So we're going to call this trigger, and you guys are welcome to look over my shoulder at the script. I apologize, I won't be like doing this in a way that you can follow along, as this won't be a class today, but it should be interesting to watch. So then we're going to say when trigger is entered by player, we want to debug print the name of the players. We'll do debug print under operators. We can grab name of player. And we know that by default, this will work, no problem. And we'll just drag these down, set this right here. And as long as we don't move the trigger, this works flawlessly. So I'm going to just drop down, select trigger, and oh, I put that on the ball, not the... I put it on the ball, not the trigger. Shrink the ball down a little bit and open this up, attach it there. There we go. And then remove the script from this one. There we go. Not animated. Okay. And so if I can have Craig, would you mind pressing this ball for me? Just pretend it's a button. Is he here? Oh, there he is. Oh, sorry, I couldn't find you. Yep, so there you go. Your name has gone off a couple times, so we know it's working. So now the problem becomes when we make this into an object that people can grab. So when I take this and I group them together, let's start by we're going to take this step by step because we want to figure out what is the flaw in Visit 2.0. So now go ahead and try grabbing it or touching it again. So you touched it and it still goes off. So that's perfect. So now I'm going to make this animated. We're not going to make it interactive, just animated. And go ahead and touch it again. and it still works. And it works for Dan as well. Perfect.
That's good.
And now we'll click interactive. So now it is interactive and grabbable. Now don't grab it, just touch it. And it still works for Craig, and it still works for Dan. Go ahead and click clear. And now I want you to grab it, Craig. And we get the event first when he grabs it. Now, Dan, go ahead and touch the ball. And it still goes off. This is incredible. We are now detecting collision events with Dan's hand from Craig's. And I didn't think that was possible because it's animated. So that's interesting. So I'm going to go ahead and click stop. And I'm going to hit clear. And then I'm going to make this physics interaction and grabbable. So now it's got physics on it. So now go ahead and pick it up, Dan. And we got Dan triggered on the first grab. And then we get Craig triggered on the second. If you want to just slap that a few times, Craig. Yep, there it goes. It's working. So this methodology could work. So the next thing we need to do is we're going to make this attachable. So we're going to say sticky. So it's going to just stick to the person. And go ahead and attach that to yourself, Dan. Yeah. Oh.
Nope.
You try putting it on your head, maybe. Okay. It does not appear to be working, so we're going to stop this for a second. And I'm going to have... Yeah, go ahead and try that, Craig. I'm pretty sure it's not working because the object is collidable and you're experiencing a physics interaction, which is interesting because outfits should be interactive. And the default way worlds are built right now is that under your world settings, you'll see that under player settings, the physical objects... Oh, no, we turned that off earlier. Okay, so what is happening there then? The player's colliding with it in such a way it doesn't seem like you can put it on. I'm going to...
Happy birthday.
Oh. I took it away from him. I'm so sorry. I didn't even know it was happening. Okay, so if I come in here, I'm just gotta try this for myself. It will not go onto my head. It's two objects, which is what's required to make it attachable. But it's not attaching. Okay. So I'm okay with this not being attachable. The idea was that it would be attachable. The problem with it being attachable is that it still wouldn't work because you can't attach to the hands on a user. So that doesn't actually function. Okay, Louis has restarted his headset and should be back here soon. Sweet. So what if instead of making this attachable, we look at this, because it wasn't going to work attachable anyway. It was just like we wanted to see if it would work. Let's see if we take this and have it follow the player's hand. So we're going to make it non-collidable. And now that it's non-collidable, it's going to fall through the world. So we're going to turn off interaction and just make it animated. The attachable cake. Dan has somehow managed to make an attachable object. I don't understand. Good job, Dan. You're beating the teacher in this class, so enjoy the Craig cake. Now, if I can have somebody press the button for me, or the ball. Just anybody walk up and touch that. Nice. Okay, so it's still working. And what we're going to do next is move it to the person who touches it. So whoever touches it, it's just going to follow your hand. And because I want this to work for two hands, we're going to build two of these. So we'll do 1 and 2. And go ahead and touch one of them just for now. Hey, welcome. Great to have you, DJ Equalizer. Okay, so it's not working. Oh, there it is. Okay, so that did work. Try it again. And now. Put your hand fully in. Try the other one. Okay, it's very light. It's not super intense at this point, which is interesting. So what I want to do is on this one, I'm going to remove the script from the object inside. So I'm going to open up the trigger, remove the script on this, zoom out, and we also need to reference the entire grouping itself. So we need to reference both groups. And so on this trigger, we're going to create references to objects 1 and 2. And so what I'm trying to do is build this in such a way that it's really easy to figure out. In Outbreak, we did this using math and a lot of scripting. So I really wanted to try and just see if we could do this in an easy way that would be very easy to follow along. And so what we want to do now is when the trigger is entered by the player, instead of debug printing the name of the player, we're going to move this to the position of the player's hand in a loop. And so we're going to say when event is received with a player ID, and then we'll call this lid. And because it's good practice, I'm going to name this event loop. So we're going to call this custom event name LOOP and click confirm. We're then going to go and grab send event to object, and this will be called loop, and it's going to be with the parameter player. So we drop that pill over here. So now it's received with that parameter. We can then send that loop down here with the player ID now as the parameter, not the player. And now we've got this loop cycling indefinitely. And then we can move each of those objects to a position. And so we're going to do object 1 here, duplicate and delete these 2 for now, and then object 2 here. So we got both objects that we want to move, and then we want to use the position of each of the players' left and right hand. So we do position of this player, so plid, and then we want to use the left hand and the right hand. So now when we go into this grouping, we need to zoom in, open up the trigger since we're running this on the trigger. You don't have to run this on the trigger. There's definitely a lot of other methods, but it is one method. We can then reference these objects in here. So object 2 and object 1. And so what should happen is this should follow whoever touches this ball. So now that we have our new friend here, I'm going to actually ask DJ Equalizer to go ahead and press that closest ball.
This one?
Yep, you're about to be cursed. Yep, you're cursed. You can't get rid of it.
Yep.
And so actually you
got
can get rid of
balls.
it by high five.
I do.
If you want to high five Dan with your right hand for me. And oh, that's not
High
Dan.
five me
That
with
one's
your-
Dan. Hey, it's
Uh-oh.
trying to be
There you go.
passed. It did, didn't it? Or did we crash
It
Dan?
did pass, yeah.
Oh
it
no!
passed. But now that you're not grabbable.
Wait, what happened
Oh.
here? Everybody's frozen except for me. Are you guys frozen or moving?
I'm moving. I'm
Are
good.
you guys?
I'm
I can
moving.
hear your audio moving. What happened to
Yeah, I'm
me?
moving.
Oh,
You cursed yourself.
I got cursed. Yes. So now I want you to high five Craig to pass the balls along, and now Craig gets the balls, and this is his real birthday present.
I don't have anything in my hand, but
Oh, you don't? They're gone?
nope. No. Yep. No, it's frozen. It's in the middle here. Yeah.
I don't know what
Yeah,
to
it's
do.
frozen there.
Okay. We're gonna hit stop.
Now they're
And
back.
Okay. Yep, they
Oh,
look back to me, but oh, whoa! Now they're jumping around. Stop the world. Leave the world stopped. What's happening? Oh, hey, we're back. Oh, I can see you guys. Throw some confetti. Yeah, you're here. Okay, cool.
we're
Okay,
good.
good. So
We're still alive.
these are some crazy balls, as you could tell, and we
Yep.
probably should not have looped them that fast. When triggers entered by player, send loop to self with player. And then we were looping them. I wonder if we needed to cancel sending the loop, if somehow it was causing it to happen multiple times. So this prevents it from going
Maybe.
off if it's already... Oh, yep. That's probably what was happening. Is it was... Okay. So, Craig, it's your turn. Go ahead and touch the closer ball. Yes! Okay, and it's working just fine. I think. A little lag. I'm going to go ahead and stop this before it lags out any further.
Uh-oh. There you go.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Okay, so we need to uncurse these. And so right now the problem is that there's too many events happening. They're following your hands just fine. The problem is it's all happening on the server. And so we want this to be local. And so...
You
You okay, Dan?
Yep.
Okay, so local scripting,
have a cake.
as we experienced earlier, was pretty cursed, so we might be making this more cursed. But I've now made this script local, and then when the trigger is entered by the player, we're going to transfer ownership of everything to that player. So transfer player, that's self, as well as object 1 and object 2. And so if you dare, Craig, go ahead and touch that again. Oh, wait, I got to hit play and go for it. Okay. But it stops immediately. And the reason it stops was because the ownership hadn't transferred. So you had to touch it twice. And so if you've ever used local scripting, and I'm sure some people in the audience live can actually relate to this, when you are local scripting, oftentimes you have to hit the thing twice because of ownership transfer delay. And so what we can do with that to fix this is know that the trigger is entered first, the ownership gets transferred, but the loop isn't sent. And so we need to send the loop at a later time. And so to do that, we say when world is started, which actually happens after the trigger's entered. Mind-boggling, I know. But since that'll happen afterwards, we can use an if statement to check if it's not owned by the server. Now, in the past, we had to use a delay for this. But because of scripting 2.0, or world visit 2.0, I kind of want to test and see if it works here. So we're going to say if the owner of self doesn't equal server player. So we go in here and we say if, and then under actions tab, we'll find owner of self. There we go. Owner of object, and then reference self. If owner of self doesn't equal server player, then what we want to do is send loop to self, and not with this, but with the owner of self rather than player. And so now that we've got owner of self in there, theoretically, this will work if that old bug has been solved by the new bugs. Give it a try, Craig. Ah, they did solve it. Oh, wait, no, they didn't. Go ahead and high five our friend over here in blue, our DJ equalizer. Oh, whoa. Try not to high five him as you're coming out. Yeah. Just high five him one time.
Just slap through.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
And now go ahead and do that to Dan. Nice. So it does appear that the old bug where you had to send a half-second delay has been fixed. And so that's awesome. So now we can pass these balls around. So just a bunch of guys here with a couple balls. And Dan, give me a high five. Look at that. Now I've got them. Nice. So, this is pretty interesting. It's good to note that this is where the center of our hand is. So if you're moving to the center of your hand, this is where it's located. And so when we think about a high five occurring, we are getting the high five to occur, but it only happens to the player who has these on them, right? So, what we need to do is give all the men in this room balls. Sorry, I just had to say that. Just delete that from any edited version of this. Okay.
I'm married.
All the guys are gonna be like, me too. Okay, so what we want to do is instead of we were doing when trigger is entered by player to determine when to move the balls, we want to move them when the world is entered by a player. And so we need to tell each of these sets who is the set owner. So I think at this point, it's important that we move from running this on object 1 and 2 to running it on a new object, or excuse me, from running it on the script, on the trigger. We need to start running this on a different object. So I'm going to zoom in here and then remove the script from this trigger because this is a poor method and it's hard to get to that, right? Like it's really hard to get to that specific piece. And so what you'll see often in games like Arena Clash, for instance, is that they'll use a pyramid like this, and this will represent the control object for this series of balls. And so this is going to run the trigger script, and I'll rename it in a second. It doesn't need to be animated. It doesn't need to be collidable or visible. It just needs to be a thing that exists. And this allows us to reference not only just both balls, but also both triggers. And that will be important in a second. So we're going to go back to our script and make some modifications. And so the first modification is we need to know who is this for. So we're going to create a number called I am for. And it's not for, it's I am for who. So we've got I am for, and it starts with 0, and then it goes 1, 2, and so on. And I'll go through that in more detail in a little bit. We're going to add 2 more object variables, and these are the triggers. So we'll call this T1 and T2. And the... Sorry, I was just like, no, they're not Terminators. T2. And click confirm. So now that we've got those in here...
Something else, but...
those are our triggers that we'll be referencing. And then with that, we can now link all of this into here. And so... we'll go into this guy and reference this as object 1. So drag the group pill into here, then zoom in, open up the trigger properties panel, zoom out, and then reference that as T1. And then we'll do the same thing for the next one. Okay. So now that we've got that all linked up, we have created our first set of balls. We're going to actually duplicate this and slide this up and create 1 for each of us. So that creates 4 sets, but how do we define who it's for? Well, this one is for player ID 0. This one, we can adjust I am for to be 1, which is for our second person to enter the world. And then we'll go to the next one and make it 2, and then 3, which represents 0, 1, 2, and 3 player IDs. And so player IDs are always 1 less than the number that the player is that entered. So if you were the first person to enter, you are player ID 0, and so forth. All right, so now we've set these up so it'll work for 4 players. Now on our script, we can use this information. And so here we were saying when trigger was entered, but instead we want to go over to our events tab and grab when world is entered by player. So here we'll see when player enters the world, drag that above to the very top. We want to then put an if statement where we're going to see if that player equals, so go to the operators tab to grab our equal symbol, and then we're going to see if that equals the I am for. And then the next thing we want to do is go to our operators tab, scroll down to player where we can get the ID of the player, which is the player's index. So by getting player index for player who enters the world, if they equal that number, we can then do all those things that would have happened when the trigger was entered, so the transferring ownership. And then we're never going to transfer ownership again. So then when world is started, will go off. It will then send loop to self, and these will be locked onto that player's hand, and they will not ever not be locked onto that player's hand. This is great.
Yeah, it's great when you know what you do.
This is really good, but let's first make sure that it actually works. And so what we want to see here is that it's attaching itself to the player's hands. And you can see it already has. They're on my hands. Are they on your hands?
Yep.
Look at that. Everybody's hands. We've all got balls. So we'll continue on our journey.
I vote we call them spheres from this point on.
They are now called spheres as per a unanimous vote. And we'll continue asking them to be called spheres. Continuing back into build mode, I can stop the world, and then you'll see that they have moved more or less back into position.
Oh, you
want to go into build mode for me?
Going.
There we go. And then back into play mode. Sometimes this happens with locally scripted objects. It is a bit of a nightmare. Yeah, go back into play mode. And then if I select them all, can I get them all in position? Stop. Yeah, so local scripts. Remember how I said I don't like to work with them? There's good reasons. As you can tell, these are just absolutely nuts. They're gone. They're gone.
No.
Dan, I didn't mean it like that. I swear. Where did the balls go? Oh, they're way over here now.
In our hands. They're in our hands right
I don't know what to do, okay? The balls are just like, spheres are just stuck. I can't get them to go back to this location. It's because they're locally scripted. Local scripts are really hard to work with. We're just going to have to be stuck with these cursed balls. Spheres. Damn it. Okay, so back on point here. What we're trying to detect is when a player has had a high five. And by doing this, we now know that we can detect high fives. At least we think so. And so to find out if we can detect high fives, we're now going to start listening to events on both triggers. And so, yeah, that's what we're going to do, right? Like, listen to events on both triggers, check the distance between both, and then we could connect the event. I don't know if listen to works on locally scripted objects, is my concern. I'm also wondering if listen to makes this a little more intense than we want it to be. So let's go ahead and try using listen to. So when owner of self doesn't equal server player, we're going to listen to events on both T1 and T2. Now by listening to these events, we're now going to receive both triggers as trigger enter on this event. So we'll go back up and grab the trigger enter event right from here when triggers entered by player. And then what we want to do when the trigger is entered by a player, we'll actually put this at the bottom, is we want to debug print the name of the player that the trigger has been entered by. And so we're going to go down to Values tab, grab debug print, and then go back to operators, just much like before, heading down to player, where we can get name of player, and then drag the player pill down. And so now, I implore you all to go give each other high fives. Please. It's not working. That's the problem, so.
Nope.
I'm not really surprised,
No, that's not.
but that was why we tested it. So, go ahead and stop for a second. And so, because we're not receiving this, there's a few reasons it could be. It could be because the listen to doesn't work in this. There's innumerable numbers of reasons. Listen to might just not work on local scripts. So instead, we're going to try using connect to. So we'll go down to connect to event, and then we're going to connect the T1 and T2 trigger enter events to local event trigger enter. So T1, T2 trigger enter to local event trigger enter and trigger enter. Now by having both of these coming in at trigger enter, we should now receive that. So go ahead and give each other some high fives. And still nothing coming in. So if I had to take a guess, local scripts just don't allow you to do any listening or connecting to. And that might be because the triggers are not locally scripted. But there is a shining light here, which is that we've attached these to the spheres. So let's rename this script spheres, remember? S-P-H-E-R-E. And then with an S, because there's two of them. And then we're going to delete connecting the trigger 1 and connecting trigger 2. And instead what we'll do, what we're going to do is run the script on the triggers themselves. And so we're going to go and click bring out a new script gizmo. So I've got my next script gizmo, and this one will actually run on the trigger. So much like it did at the beginning, which we did see as functional before. So the only problem we've had so far is that once it was locally scripted, the trigger stopped working, which might be the case, but we're hoping it's not. So we're going to call this trigger, and hopefully we can get the trigger to debug print the player's name. So we'll say when trigger is entered by player, and then we'll do the same debug print again, debug print, and then we'll go grab name of player. Name of player, drag down player pill, and now we just need to get into these guys. And I'm going to try just deleting these all. It's going to be really difficult. There we go. Okay, we've actually got them reselected. This is crazy. I never thought we'd save these guys. I really didn't. I thought they were goners.
I thought you were so happy about balls.
There we go. I'm going to select these three and delete them, and then we want to zoom into this pair and open up the trigger and attach that new script. So drop down, attach the trig script, and then we can close out of this one and do the same to this guy. Close, zoom in, zoom out, drop down, select trigger. Okay, so this is going to attach to the first person to enter the world, so we'll find out who that is. All right, that's Craig. Congratulations, it must be your birthday. And I'm receiving trigger enter events with your hand, so that's the good news. We are getting trigger enter events, so go ahead and give someone a high five. And we got Dan Blast. Perfect. That is the good news. So, yeah, this totally works. I'm going to go ahead and hit stop, hit clear, and then I'm going to start figuring out how we can make this work better. So I'm wondering if we send an event to the trigger. I'm wondering if we send an event to the trigger from the spheres script to let it know who I am for. So when the world is entered by the player and we attach it, we could send an event to the trigger and say, this is who you like. Send event to both triggers are for. So it's both to T1 and T2. And we're going to call this as a new event called owner. So the new event is called owner. We'll drop down and select that from this list as well. And then we're sending it with the player that's entered the world as a parameter. So now on the trigger, we're going to receive an event at the very beginning. Before anything else happens, we're receiving this owner event, which lets us make parameter to receive that ID. And we'll type in player ID, PLID. And then now that we've received who the owner is, we can save that. And we can say player ID, and then we'll call this my owner, and then click confirm. And then in here, we'll set my owner to be this player ID we received. And then when the trigger is entered by the player, we can say if not owner, because I was receiving a ton of events that said it was Craig, even though we just wanted to receive when it was Dan. And so we say if the person that's entered the trigger is not my owner. So is player not my owner? Then debug print the name. And then what we also want to do is cause the trigger to disable for about half a second. So you can only do one high five per half second, or maybe even quarter second, but just like, no, it's fine. We'll just ignore that. That's fine. So you can just do a ton of high fives. It'll be fine. I hope. So debug print name of player, which should be just a bunch of Dan Blast. And because we want to start doing some haptic feedback under our actions tab, we can find haptic feedback right here. Play haptics on controller. And I just want to start this off by doing haptics on both hands. It's going to feel really intense for the player. And we're going to set this to 10,000. 1, 2, 3. 10,000 milliseconds of light and coarse. So it's going to hopefully feel a little like singing on both the right and left hands. And then we'll do an if statement later to determine which hand it was. And then we hit play. Now, Craig, you want to go high five DJ? And then we'll see what happens. Okay. How's that feeling, DJ?
Yeah, that controller is definitely shaking.
Can I? Well, before we break his controllers, give Dan a high five. I'll take one too. All right. Whoa.
Yeah, it's still going.
Wowza.
Might stop.
Should be 10 seconds. Let's see. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. There it goes, and it just wore off. Oh my gosh. My hand kind of feels like it stings now. Like that was enough vibrations that my hand feels like I got a high five. So yeah, we've achieved what we wanted to do, right? Like we've given a high five. Now let's make sure it happens correctly. And so remember, when we're in a world where we can actually give high fives, you're going to get the normal haptic feedback. You're going to get the normal sound effect as well as the normal visual effect. So I know this doesn't feel satisfying right now because our hands just go right through, but our hands would have connected and given a high five that felt very realistic in a regular Horizon world. So when this is published, we'll be able to make this work even better. So now the last thing to do is on this trigger, determine which hand it was that we entered with. And this is actually pretty easy. So what we need to do is determine which hand is closer. And so whichever hand is closer to self is the person or the hand that we want to vibrate. So we're going to do if and then an else, and we know that that's all we have to do. So do if else, and then we want to see is the right hand closer to us than the left hand. So we'll go down to our operators, scroll down to vectors where we can get distance to help us calculate some distances. And then we're going to leave that right in this side first. And then if we go to position of player, we can grab that, put that in here. And this is going to be the position of the right hand of the player who entered the trigger to the position of object. So if we scroll up to object, and the object is self. And we can find self on the values tab. There it is. And now we have determined the distance between the right hand and the position of self. And now we'll just duplicate into the right slot, drop down, select left hand. And now we're determining if the right hand is less than the distance, we'll vibrate the right, otherwise we'll vibrate the left. And I think 10 seconds was a little much, so we'll go to 5 seconds. It's still pretty intense. Yeah, it should be good. So with that, I'd like to give everybody the opportunity to give high fives. So we're going to go to these guys over here. Select this set of 3 and duplicate, slide up a few copies of that. Make sure I didn't double duplicate, doesn't look like it. And then all I have to do is that same thing we did before, which is setting these to be 0, 1, and then 2 and 3. All right, you guys ready for some intense high fives? All right, the hands are on. It looks like it started me with a high five, but here, right hand. Oh, there it goes. It worked. Yeah, and it worked on the right hand.
Yeah, let's go. It works. Let's go.
Try that on the other hand.
Right to left. Let's go right to left.
Did that work for you?
There we go.
Yeah. All right, there we go. We've got some high fives. Double high five. Whoa! Yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
So there we've done it. Now you can make these spheres invisible. They're just there as a visual indicator at this point. But there you go. We've done it. If you have any other questions about this, please leave them in the comments. And Clickbait Nate says, when will we be able to import clothes? I will answer that in just a moment. Great question. I don't have an answer, by the way, but I'll give him an answer of some sort. But yeah, that was great. Awesome fun, guys. And glad we got that sorted. We learned a lot about using triggers with local scripts. So I feel like we could actually go back and do the swinging nunchucks actually a little bit better now that we've learned a little bit through this whole process. So if you guys have more questions, feel free to leave them in the comments. And thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in the next one.
Awesome.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Thanks.
Okay, now we're getting back to the stream. I'm going to stop this world and hopefully secure all of these. Oh my gosh, they are all here. And then I'm going to make a pack out of this. All right, I got to select the trigger and the scripts. Now we can make an asset. This is a very dangerous asset. Please sort called balls. I mean spheres. Sorry. I was tempted to label the asset vibrating balls, and I was like, no, don't do that. That's a bad idea. Yeah, so feel free to copy that if you guys would like a copy of that. You are welcome to make an asset out of that. And I'm going to hop back in the stream, and I hope to see you guys there. So here we go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Woo! That was fun. I'm going to turn the AC off so you can hear me better. There we go. All right.
I think I created it.
Some good votes. So teleporting players, if we wanted to do that,
No, didn't do it.
wouldn't have been too difficult. I don't think you can hear them. I hope not. But if we wanted to teleport players, what we would have done is create a respawn gizmo, and then we would have referenced the respawn gizmo, and then rather than dragging the player pill into a haptic feedback, we would have dragged the player pill into the respawn motion code block, which is found under the move to. You could even go as far as to just go to the move to, and there's a apply force to the player, and you could just apply an upward force, like when you high five, it just sends you flying up into the sky, which would have been really cool. So lots of ways that you can take this way further and make it a lot more fun and gamified. If you aren't familiar with how to use player teleportation, there's a really good tutorial by Hyperjewel called Scripting 101. It's on the Meta Horizon Worlds YouTube channel. We've linked it in a couple of our playlists because it's so good. I encourage you to check that out if you aren't familiar with teleporting players. As far as playing sound effects and visual effects, you would have grouped it into the object and then referenced the object
cool. Oh,
and
actually,
then have
very
that play
cool.
the sound of visual effect.
Oop, wait a minute. I missed this.
Okay,
Hang on.
so let's answer Clickbait Nate's question. When will we be able to import clothing?
Yeah, I'm in trouble here.
Okay, let's break this apart into a few different
Interesting.
let's break this down to a few different things. Number one, I see the last bit. You met a marvelous designer. If the designer is in Horizon Worlds, then theoretically you just need to get access to their asset world, and then you import it into an empty world, and then you can start making assets out of it.
It is nuts.
If they have an asset world, if that's something they're willing to do, so that would be really cool.
Yeah, so like you go to properties. I've done this quite a few times.
I'm gonna turn these guys
Shouldn't be
down.
a problem. There we go.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I don't think you guys can hear them. I guess I can
That
double
way.
check. I'm pretty sure that audio's assets out of it. If they have an asset world. Oh no,
Mm.
you can totally hear them coming through. Maybe I'll
That's it.
traverse to another plane of existence real quick. Let's see. Do. Sorry guys, we're going to bounce to personal space, but you guys are welcome to hang out here for as long as you would like. Alright. There we go.
Come on.
Okay. We'll be back, don't worry. We got more time. So no worries. So yeah, as far as like a marvelous designer, if they're in Horizon Worlds, absolutely encourage you to try and see if they can do an asset pack, share those assets. I'm all about assets, as y'all are pretty well aware and accustomed to. So that's the designer portion. I would also potentially say that if they are a non-Horizon Worlds designer, I don't really have an answer. A big part of the problem in Horizon Worlds is capacity cost, and so if they are designing something that's not designed for VR and it's just designed to look really cool, then it might not be possible at this point. I think there's very much a day in the future where you could be a designer in or out of VR and be able to bring your clothing into not even just Horizon Worlds, but across all the platforms. Like fingers crossed, you would get unified avatar systems, and not necessarily in the sense that it's unified that you all have to use Horizon's avatars across all the metaverses, but no, that we could take whichever avatar from whichever universe we want to, which therefore means the clothing as well. That's like my dream. Oh, hi KO, great to have you. That's my wife. She's probably downstairs with the baby. KO, did you want to bring baby up to say hi? Everybody loves babies. Please. So anyway, the next thought is, yeah, if they're outside of Horizon, there really isn't an opportunity for that. At least probably not in a long time. Which is the part about importing. Like, absolutely, I'm totally on board with wanting to get stuff importable, like logos and pictures and videos. And I think we could make some really cool fashion out of using logos. Imagine like stretching out a couple logos. You can make some really cool outfits and dresses and things. So totally, really want to bring in importable like things. I'm like really huge proponent. If you haven't already, you can vote for that at User Voice. That's horizonworlds.uservoice.com. I'll even grab the link for you. Command A, Command C, and Command V, and Enter. Oh, she's feeding the baby, so I take that as a no. Yeah, great to have you, Louie. Thanks so much for joining, especially you, Dan, and Craig. Great to have you guys in there. And hopefully we'll get some more people on in the show in the future. That was a lot of fun. So yeah, you can go to that link I just posted and vote for the top one on there, or the second top one on there, is importable items, whether it's music or photos or logos or text, all of that. So I definitely think that's something we should all be pushing for. And right now only 0.05% of all Horizon Worlds users have voted for it. So everybody talk to, go and ask them to vote, because very few people have, and because of that, it's just not something that's become quite a priority. So if 5% of users, like tomorrow, 5% of active users tomorrow went and voted for importable stuff, photos, logos, etc., guarantee it would be here within 6 months. And I know 6 months sounds like a long time, but in Horizon World's development time, that's like nothing. It's just like, it's not a priority to them because nobody's asking for it. And nobody's asking for it because they're like, well, they'll add it one day, right? And they will eventually, but if we don't ask for it presently, they're going to build us garbled voices, like literally garbled voices, you know what I mean? Which is something that people have been asking for, right? Like people are like, oh my gosh, children, oh my gosh. Well, you know, it's like, those are the things that they hear, so that's what they've been developing. So it definitely, it's user voice is a great way to get our voice out there of what we want and what we need. And if what you're talking about is clothing that's been designed in something like Blender, definitely put a post up on there to show that there's a want for it. I don't think it's going to be coming anytime soon due to a lot of capacity restrictions and just optimization. I mean, we're on Quest 2s. I think when they outdate Quest 2s and say you can't be on a Quest 2 anymore, you need to get a Quest 3, that is probably the day, which is like years from now, that you might start being able to see that as a possibility. So it's just interesting. I'm going to go ahead and end this poll since we're done with that. But yeah, I'm trying to see if there's anything else about that I wanted to talk about. But yeah, I think what would be really cool is if we had a whole asset library for clothing, or if we had user-submitted clothing. I think what you'd likely see is it designed in VR. The biggest problem, though, is imagine someone uses 100% world capacity on a piece of clothing. That's just not feasible, right? Like, it'll be the best piece of clothing you've ever seen, but it just doesn't work if you wanted to take that with you from world to world. And so one of the things that I've been like trying to figure out, how do we like think about capacity in a sense of 5% is maximum for a singular item, right? So the other day I commissioned a dozen or so things, and it was each person was individually a different creator who came on, worked on it, and we had variations on the total capacity of each object between 5 and about 15% capacity. And the 15% ones just ate up the world's capacity very quickly, whereas the 5% ones, it was like we could have 20 of those. So very quickly we ran out of capacity, but it's just something like, how do we think about that? Because that world now only has, I think, 10 things in it. I think that was what we actually got back after the request. So, Byron, oh, you'll be fine. You can always watch it back later. Great to have you, though. And you know what's sad tonight is there isn't a Horizon Live tonight, but I did get you some special juicy content. I have been working all day, by the way, to get this. It took me 4 hours to get this video up to you guys, but there's a brand new video on the channel, and there's an amazing talk last week. So if you're with us last week, we had an incredible conversation on the couch with Oculus, and her name has slipped my head, but lovely girl who just hit 1 million. She's a streamer who does Horizon World streaming, and just hit 1 million views on one of her videos, which is awesome. So congratulations. Wish I could remember your name off the top of my head. But point is, we had a great talk. We talked business. We talked about Vidyuu verification. And this week, we finished the video that we've been working on forever. And so if you watch the video, I recorded it straight through, 3.5 hours, kind of like what you see what happens here. And I planned it like this. I was like, I want it to be in a format when I film it, that it's just natural, composed, like, let's just go for it and do the best that we can. And that's what it is. I hope you'll enjoy it. So if you want more content like this, but to a point, it's all about Vidyuu verification. There's a lot of learning opportunities in there. There's things in there that we're pulling out to make additional tutorials on because it's just so good. At 1 hour, 38 minutes and something seconds, there is a tutorial on object pooling where you do random selection of an object. It's like 5 or 6 line script. It's really simple. And then there's also one that does choosing them in order, which is like an extra line or two. And it's about an 8-minute tutorial. It's not very long, but if you're interested in that, definitely check that part out. And the whole video has been commented out. I commented out all the time codes so you can quickly jump through it. So feel free to check that out. It's a 2-hour video, so much like this, they're long format, but it's a lot of fun, and I hope you'll enjoy that. So feel free to go check that one out. And if you didn't watch last week's live stream with Oculus, myself, and gamer girl whose name I need to go determine, do feel free to go check that one out. It was like a 3.5 hour stream. It was amazing. We had a great night. A lot of really good, interesting insights that you might not expect us to be publicly sharing. So I encourage you to go take a look, listen. And yeah, so thank you so much. And we'll continue. We've got 30 minutes officially on the clock till we're at the end of the show. I might go for a little bit longer on that if we've got some good topics. So we'll see. I might do some more fun stuff. We'll see what we're doing. I don't really know. So if you guys have some suggestions, feel free to comment them. We do have some requests from earlier that we might take a look at. Last week was awesome. Thank you, Byron. Her name was Bunny something. Oh my gosh. I feel like it's just like on the tip of my tongue. I could go look it up. Sorry, I was gone and rewatched Marvelous Designer is a program outside of Horizon, not a person. I don't know what that is, unfortunately. But yeah, so basically what I was just saying, Nate, that you missed is it's highly unlikely that anything from outside of Horizon will get let in. Click on the link above to go vote for it because we all want stuff to be able to be brought in. It's the second to top one there. And feel free to make another post if it's like bringing in Blender type objects. The big problem though is capacity and making sure it's optimized well for Horizon. Cool beans. So let's go take a look at what's up next. And we're going to create a poll for this so you can vote on what we're doing. So we're going to see what is next? Question mark. And the options are build a mansion? Question mark. And then the other one, I think there was another one. What were the other options from earlier? Oh, someone wants to do dominoes. I love dominoes. Oh, both the pizza and the game. I have both on my phone. Don't shame me. Dominoes, question mark? I don't even know how to do that, but I'd love to try and figure it out with you. Let's see. And then there was something else we were looking at earlier. What was that first poll? The first poll was build a house, grab... Oh, ladder. The ladder to climb up with. Ladder to climb up with hands. This is another interesting one that I'm a little afraid of with hands. Question mark. And then I'll say other, comment below. Other, comment below. I like giving you guys another option so you know that you can comment below. Okay. Ask community. Boom. There you go. Go ahead and vote and we'll see what we're doing. And feel free to provide more information about the program, Nate. I would love to hear more about it. I mean, like I said, we would all love to have importable assets and shareable clothing and shareable assets in Horizon. Yeah. Yep. Oh, we got our first vote for Domino's. So if you're not feeling Domino's, you better get voting because I already had pizza today, actually. It wasn't Domino's, which is maybe a little disappointing. Sorry. No, we're not sponsored, by the way. Hashtag not a sponsor. Oh, too small we are. But totally okay with that. Build a mansion. Thank you for voting for that. I think I'd like to do that one because it's a couple, I would like to show you something that I kind of like started sketching out. It's a little more personal than I would normally get into. Oh, someone else voted for Domino's. Never mind. We're going back to the Domino's. People are like, wait, what's Domino's? So in Domino's, you basically connect pieces. And so there's a few routes we could go. So I'm going to reread the message. It says Domino's game. What do we even do if we think about Domino's as a game? I mean, there's so many routes we can go that we could build physical dominoes that have the numbers on them and they snap to a board. We could impose the rules on the players, which is way harder, and we don't have enough time for that. We could definitely do the snapping to the board. We might even be able to do snapping to the board and making sure that the numbers match up, or even do like random piece pulling, where you have like the pieces in a pool, and then when you pull it out, it's a random selection from the pool. Oh, more votes for building a mansion. Thank you, guys. Let's do that. That's so funny. Man, this is like changing really fast. So, okay, back on talking about a mansion. So there's this world I started like sketching out, and not sure if Kay was going to be upset at me sharing this, but basically we're in the process of buying a piece of land, and we want to just kind of sketch out this idea of what we could do with the land. And so, like, my first thought is, well, build a like a garage where you can store like wood and lumber. My very first thing is I want to build a campsite so I can go camping there. So like if I never do anything else with it, because I'm not planning to get like a loan, but if I never did anything else with it, I would be able to camp on it and just like have a fire, cook some marshmallows, live the Horizon World's dream. Have a VR set up in a garage maybe. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, so like, But what if you could take it all the way and you could build like the dream mansion, right, with all the things? And so that's why I'm kind of like interested in that one a little more than usual. So yeah, the votes are in. I'm going to go ahead and call that. Thank you guys all so much for voting. And this will be the last thing we do today. I will keep dominoes down for next week. In fact, I'm going to go send myself an email to remind myself that these are options. And if you have other ideas, please feel free to leave them in the comments so that we know that is something you are interested in. So we have dominoes game. Headset, you better be okay. Dominoes game, and we wanted to look at ladder to climb. And if you have other ideas, we'll add that to the list for next Sunday's stream. By the way, we do live streams every Sunday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. They go for 3 hours on the Vidyuu tutorials channel, where we do what you're seeing right now, which is just us hanging out, playing around, building some stuff, having a good old time. And then after this, there is almost always, except for today, today's the only day that we're not doing it, is Horizon Live, where Oculus has a random guest come on the show. He unfortunately had a job thing that he had to go and do. Jobs. It's like, what, do I not pay him enough to do Horizon Live? Oh, but you're in for a special treat. Oh, check this out. Here she comes, the most beautiful girl in all the world. Yep, there's a little Nalia, and you're a little too close. Oh gosh, what are we looking at? I think they can see me.
Black screen.
There we are. Look at the little girlie. There she is. Say hello. Oh my gosh, is that not adorable? Oh, so sweet. Do you travel to worlds to give advice? That's a good question. I don't really have time, unfortunately. Between the baby and my job as well, I don't have a lot of time. But what I have heard from people is that they've really enjoyed the advice that... so if you're willing to pay for it, first and foremost, you don't have to pay for advice. People will come to your world all day long and are happy to share their opinion. But if you were looking for some paid professional advice, we do have a new program called the Vidyuu Verification Program. And what I've heard from people is that they really just like that they are getting feedback on their world and they're like learning things at the same time. So I'd encourage you to check that out. That's vidyuu.com/VV or vidyuu.com/getVV. And it's $50 for builder and $50 for scripter. So total would be $100 if you did both of them. And that would allow you to get feedback on your world, and like you'll also receive a bunch of tutorial information, and it's live feedback, so you're in the world. And so that's something we've talked about, like potentially expanding upon. But really right now we're just trying to grow the creator community and help level everybody up. So that's the goal of the thing, but what we're finding out is people really want to have their worlds reviewed. So it is another way you can use that. And you don't necessarily have to pass, right? Like it's something you totally could pass, but you could also do it just to get the feedback. So feel free to look into that. But again, there's tons of people in these comments that would be happy to come and check out your world. And there's loads of awesome people in the Discord as well. That you can go and talk to, or on the Facebook groups that would be happy to provide feedback. I apologize that I don't have enough time. I was like literally just telling Oculus and Jay today, I was like, oh my gosh, I wish I had more time to be in Horizon. But unfortunately, with a baby, things take about twice as long as they used to. So it's a bit. So anyway, again, apologies, but thanks for asking. I really appreciate it. Clickbait says, yeah, just object or Facebook file imports would be FBX. I don't know what that file type is. File imports would be amazing feature, especially if we could add them to our avatar. Right? It's okay. You can stand here.
He wants his time.
Oh, okay. Oh, my baby Nolan wants to show himself. Say hi, Noel. Yeah. No, look at the camera. Look at the camera, Nolan. There he is. Look at the camera. It's like, hello? He's a shoulder kitty. It's funny. Oh, nope. We're gonna go down, Nolan, and down. Good cat. Where are you going? Where are you going, kitty? Okay, we'll get down in a minute. Building sounds like a fun change of pace. Lets the brain relax. That is so true. It is so true. Hello, I was just looking through YouTube for some help and came across your videos explaining the reflect pill for a table hockey game. Is there any possibility to make a second take on it? Yeah, I mean, if you're interested in table hockey, I will add it to our list for potentially next weekend. Table hockey is awesome. Honestly, it would be something I'd love to get back into. It's a blazing 85 in this room right now. I'm gonna have to turn the AC back on. But if you're have something specific you want to ask about it, comment that right now so I know what you want to look at, and I'm going to add it to the list in a minute. But I think that would be a really fun take for next week. So let's go ahead and dive right in. So I'm back in here, and I need to pass this over to you guys. Click here, boop, and all right, she should be able to see this. I forgot I have ice water. That could also help. And AC back on. There we go. Okay. Whew. And your guys' comments are still in front of me, which is awesome. Okay. Whew. I am here in my space. And what we're going to do is head to a world that I started sketching out, and try not to overthink it, because most of what I've sketched out is kind of illegal. Wait, what? I would never do anything illegal. I wouldn't, actually, but I was like thinking massively into the future. Oh, I didn't notice there were birds in here. Those are unique. Let's see. The Chandlers. So this was an idea I was sketching out. Actually was thinking of a bowling alley or a pool table. Those are some interesting ideas too. I remember someone actually asked about that in the past. This might be some interesting ideas to revisit. And so, basically I was thinking, like, I'm not even going to go into it. We're just going to focus on the house, okay? Anyway, so, welcome. Welcome. I haven't animated anything in here. It's just a building exercise at this point. You can see that I'd envisioned there being like a little front gate with a little pin code, and then the door swings open, and then you walk in, and this would be a garden area. This would be like a garage, maybe a parking garage or a garage. And then there'd be some house here. And these are like tiny little ADUs, which stands for accessory dwelling unit. They're like no bedrooms, just a kitchen and a little like place for guests to stay. So kind of like a guest house, I guess. And then here is a pool. Theoretically, this is a pool, right? And then there's a little like outside area here. And then this would be the main house. Although it's a little small for a main house, so I might need to like figure out the design on that. And then if we head into build mode, you might find this really interesting. I'm really curious. Yes, you can definitely do it, Edward. I am sure that you can. So go for it. I believe that you really can. It's not designed to be the hardest thing in the world, especially since I know you've been building for a while. So give it your best. And remember, there's always a free retest, and Jay is literally going to be there trying to help you. So, yep, cool. So really cool look at this world, right? So I wanted to just kind of like talk to you about what I did here to start out, because I think this is really interesting. So the first thing I did is I went to Google Maps, and on Google Maps, you can right click and click measure. And so I measured the width of the street, and I measured the width of this street. I didn't measure the width of this street. I estimated it. It's a small one. And then I just placed a bunch of trees down where the trees were. There were houses back here. I roughly estimated where the houses were based off Google Maps. Same thing here. And I just built some like mock-up designs. Because this land was built on and all this land was built on, I figured those were pretty much like locked in place. And then this one here hasn't been like built on, and this one hasn't been built on. So I suspect that at some point someone will build a house here. So I wanted to kind of like make sure I didn't think of that as being a green belt. I wanted to think about it more as like, this is an area that could get developed. And then over here, there was another little like barn area. And so I figured, you know, they could build along this area. So it's good to like imagine that there might be something else there. So here's main road. Here's another main road. Technically, highway's over here. So, and this is north. So I wanted to know which way was north and kind of like really feel out what does the space feel like. And these size-wise is measured based off of, the real world size. So this is 315 feet by 350 feet, 315, excuse me. And the width of that is something like 64 plus 32, 96 meters. So it's 96 meters by 96 meters, which is pretty intense. I also have some different like sizes down here that I can look at. So like this is a roughly 1,500 square foot unit. This would be like an 8 or 1,200 square foot, 2 stories, 800 square foot, 2 stories. And this would be, I think this is like a 2,800 square foot house, if I recall correctly. These would be like 400 square foot little ADUs. Basically, I just had some like designs down here just to like rough them out. And I also wanted to see like what was the max you could do, because this is basically what it looks like where I live right now. I live in a town where the houses are literally, you could jump from one to the other. Like I could literally open up the window and jump onto the other people's roof. So I wanted to see what does this look like so I could kind of understand what this looks like. And so the other thing that you'll see is this road is a one-way. So you drive in this way and then you come out this way. And then I also put in like a little sidewalk that you could like walk around the outside of the property. So theoretically there's plants. So I lived in the city where there were just absolutely gorgeous sidewalks that were just covered with lush greenery. And it was just such a nice walk. And so that's kind of what I envision here, is just like a nice walk around the outside of the property with plants and everything there. And then the other thing that I did is I sectioned it out. So I just measured it and then put down these little lines. Each of these is a quarter of an acre. And so this is a ninth of the property. So that's what that is. And then these red zones are the legal do not build zone. So it's 50 acres from the main road in case they decided to build in. And it's 50 feet from the main road and 20 feet from the sides. And so that's how that works. Thanks, Izzy. Oh, thanks. Good luck to Byron. Yes, we'll both give good luck to Byron. You guys got this. Woo! And so I guess what I wanted to do was kind of take this floor plan here. I've locked the floor already. So I want to just see what is the possibilities of building a house that looks like this. And what are the options there? So I want to just kind of start by duplicating this so I can start thinking what this might look like. So I'm going to just go grab duplicate, slide this upwards. And so first I started with spacing. And because I started with real world spacing, I do not recommend starting with real world spacing. This does not feel like, being here in VR, this does not feel like it's big enough for a car. It feels small. It's like, are you sure a car can fit here? Are you sure this doesn't feel big enough? And so that's kind of the problem with real world spacing, is like, this feels really small, but this is like, I can't even measure it because the spacing in VR doesn't feel right. And even though these are technically the right measurements, like this feels super short. And so I wonder if like maybe I can't reset my avatar height. But I was wondering if maybe my avatar's height is what's causing that to feel wrong. And like this is 10 feet. This is supposed to be 10 feet. I should only be up to like here. So my eyes should be down here. And I think that's part of this problem, is that our avatars are a little taller and a little wider than they're supposed to be. So when you're in VR building, I honestly don't recommend measuring it to the real scale of the world. I definitely encourage you to measure by what feels right. And so while up here I'd want to build this to like scale, I think it would be better if I built it to feeling first and then like scaled it out afterward. And so what I know about this space is that my wife and I, we live in a very cold state called Washington. You've probably heard of it. And this is a bison. I don't know what I can't wait to hear what it was actually supposed to say. Okay. The default avatar height is off for me too. I always have to crouch and reset it or stand or something during the game. Yeah, no worries, no worries, Dion. That's good. Oh man. So, um, yeah, I think it is. I would just encourage you to build to what feels right, not necessarily to is what is technically right. And so what I wanted to start with here though, like this is the largest a pool can be. Like this looks like a normal size pool to me, but this is the largest they make them. Like most pools are half of this. Like most pools are literally this is the size they make them, and that's like the normal size pool that you'll see in the backyard of someone's house. But this feels more normal. That's what's crazy. So I think it's definitely where when I'm in the real world looking at this land, I'm planning to like throw down some lines and see what it actually looks like in the real world, because in the virtual it's not exact enough, unfortunately. As much as I love Horizon Worlds, but like I think we can get the feeling though. And so what I was saying is we live in this cold state, so what we really want is a indoor pool, because you really can't use the pool for the rest of the year. So the idea is if you're going to have a pool, it might as well be indoor. And so what does that look like? And I don't think it looks like that. I think indoor pools look like this. And so you might be looking at this and wondering, how did you get this to be nice and snappable and scalable and all that? I'd love to show you. So the way I did this is actually way more complicated than it should be. If you open up the properties panel and look at it, if you look at the attributes tab, these scale attributes are accurate. So it is actually 16 by 16. And if I type in 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter, you'll see this gets scaled down to 1 meter. And so I believe this is half a meter. And so if I pull out a cube and then I scale this cube to 1 meter, and so anybody who's familiar with Horizon should be like, that's not how things work. How did you do that? Basically, I grabbed a cube and then I scaled this so that it would be exactly 1 meter. So that way I could actually use this in the sense that I want it to be the right size so that I could actually like measure things with it. So I then grouped it together. And so if you open up this properties panel, it's ungrouped. And so bring this back. There we go. And then ungroup this again. If I select this, then select this, I can then group the two together, open up the properties panel, zoom in, delete this, then zoom out. And now it maintains the orientation of the cube as well as the scale so that I can scale it to the correct size. So anyway, that's how that was done, which is pretty cool. And so I'm just looking here and thinking, okay, what would an actual portion of roof look like? Like it needs to have a little bit of an incline down, but you're probably thinking something like flat. It shouldn't be like peaked like a normal house roof would be, right? So something like that. And then I'm thinking it should also be kind of at an upward angle. So that's pretty intense. So what we can do is go into our settings tab and change our object rotation to be more like 5 degrees. So that way I can make this a third of that. So we'll select this and then grab this point and then snap it just lightly so that if it was raining, the rain would pour down. And if it was snowing, the heat from the pool would melt the rain or the snow off, right? So thinking about those sort of ideas, I was also thinking that this isn't big enough on the inside, so this needs to be 2 stories no matter what. And so it might be wise to even do this like that and then put in something like a an upper balcony even. Now I want to turn my snap back to 15 degrees because otherwise you get these weird snap angles like that, which is just no fun. And then if we select this, we can scale that to here and then maybe even scale this up to there. So now you get this kind of area here, and then we could select this, turn this into like balcony type stuff, right? So then we get that, and then duplicate with equal distance by doing that, and then array tool, maybe twice. Then select the duplicate here to delete it. Selecting these, deselect. You can then scale, snap that to there, and then duplicate and slide over to here, and then snap it to there. And then to do the same thing here, I would rotate that like that, and then delete the extra copy. And now it's not a perfect square, but I'm not really worried about it. And then what I want to do is duplicate this like that. And then I know this is the one I'm going to have to delete in a second, but just duplicate, array all of those copies, delete. And then that actually looks pretty close to perfect. This one is a little bit off, so I could eyeball it just a little bit. There we go. And now I've basically got the start of a balcony. So, I mean, the first part about this, we call gray boxing because it's just sketching out what you want to do. And even that isn't perfect, but it's on the right track. So then we've got this kind of like idea, and then maybe we want to take this piece here and make kind of a second floor. Oops. If you put your hand inside of this and then it's highlighted, you can then grab and it copies that one rather than the other one. So then we make a second floor, and for now just slide that to there, maybe even lock that in place. And so now you can start thinking about like, okay, what does each floor look like? Duplicate, copy down. There we go. And so like this was supposed to be another like outdoor area. So if we just slide that like that, you can imagine this is the outdoors. This is probably another little outdoor space. What's nice about this though, is you could say that instead of having a nice outdoor balcony here, let's lock that for a second, you could do something slightly different, which would be put this balcony on a different side. So if you're really wanting to maximize the space, you could then take this like that, and then rotate it 180, then slide it to there. Now you get the balcony over here, and over here can just be an extension of this floor. Right? And so now you get a little bit more floor area on this floor than you did on the previous, which also gives you this interesting look. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. I'm not a actual architect, lol. But you know, you do get that, which is kind of neat. And we can snap these up. I don't know if that's good either, but you know what? It's fine. Oops, undo, and select. And I'm going to select these both at the same time and then scale them just slightly. There we go. So there you have it. That's kind of like the start of this potential pool area. And then we got to start asking ourselves, like, where do stairs potentially go? And so, you know, this is kind of like how I would start building a house, is kind of thinking about the general layout and kind of from that perspective. And I also think that a big portion, right? I know, right? So I also think that like a big portion of designing a house also comes to knowing about the land. So like I know that there's a slight incline from this corner of the property up to here, but it's so slight that I don't think it's worth even thinking about, because it's really just a very, very slight incline. But when you do think about an incline, you might be thinking, oh, well, in that case, you don't want the pool to be going like the hill's going up right here. You want it to go maybe the opposite direction. So you'd rotate this 180. So I definitely think that, you know, the land layout also kind of plays a huge factor. And I wouldn't recommend designing your Horizon Worlds mansion to be on a flat piece of land. So I think with this kind of idea like discussed, we should step over to the side and start looking at some other ways to some other ways to build. So I like some of the starting points here, but I think I really want to start by like thinking about what would an actual Horizon Worlds build look like that isn't so confined by real world dimensions like that one was. And so what I start by thinking about is, what is the terrain that I'm going to build on? And I don't really think too heavily about this. You know, you can come in person, see that this is massive, and then scale it down. And just to kind of give myself a sense of scale, I'm going to grab one of these trees just to have it nearby. And then we can just grab some of this, grab some of that, and just really trying to create some more organic looking land surfaces here. And if you don't feel like you could ever design organic looking land, I think this looks awful, by the way. But I think what often happens is people are like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe you did that. That's so good. I could never do that." And then like that was an array tool by using this other one, which gives you more organic kind of looking things because it just does. And so now I've turned snapping off and I've slid it like this. And now I can just slide that upwards and then array a copy. And now you get this kind of like wall almost. I don't know. It's just a thing. And where I live, for reference, there's literally just random cliffs like that. That like that's actually a normal thing in the terrain of where I live. So like this flat terrain is so super strange. But anyway, so I just think like you can incorporate some of where you're from, and you could also just like do one piece at a time, turning snapping off, and then like array tool. And you get these sort of organic structures, and then you could like select, duplicate, snap off still, and then do something like that. So lots of options when you're thinking about your terrain. I'm going to go ahead and delete this and try something a little bit more organic using this sphere, actually. I did this in this latest video that was just posted, the Vidyuu verification one. I show this technique in there, and I just really like how it turned out. Basically, I duplicated and then arrayed a few times, and then what I did was make this back one really big, and back one really big like that, and then slide, and then this one I would slide to the right, this one I would slide to the left, and then these would get lifted up a little bit and scaled as well. And then well, if you consider that this could potentially be a portion of the land that nobody visits, that also helps. And so you might consider that this is a part that people aren't actually able to get to. And so we can then slide that like this and make this kind of the floor that we're going to be on. So this is the actual like surface area perhaps where we're building. And then we could select all of these, duplicate, turn snapping off, and then maybe turn snapping back on to do one of these. And then array tool to make just a big old series of, look at that, crazy, but there's a series of hills, and it doesn't look great yet, but if we stand here, you can see it's way too uniform, which is the biggest problem with this, but that's not terrible for some rolling hills. So I would recommend making them not uniform, right? So you might just pull one out and just delete it, and then grab this and slide this over, fill in those gaps right there. Something like that, and then like that could really help remove some of the uniformity. And then maybe take this out a little bit, and then you might pull this one out and then just stretch that into there. And you might even pull this one out and build a different type of structure. Like these guys are pretty good looking. They're very expensive on the geometric complexity meter, but they also just look great. Oh, and I was going to say something and I almost forgot, so let me say that too. Which is, if you find this intimidating and you don't really want to try building your own background structure, that's not a big deal. There are other methods, so I'm going to show you that. The first thing I wanted to do, though, was paint this. So we're just going to go grab some generic rock texture. Oops. And then we're going to go to the Playful Harmony, which has another really great gray. We'll just grab that for there and there. And then we're going to go into the nice greens. And Joyful Harmony, that's an interesting green. It's not terrible. Definitely not good enough for everything here. You'll notice it's really reflective by default. So I recommend lowering this a lot. And then you'll see that it should move the reflection. I think I might need to select a different texture for it to work. There we go. And select. There it goes. So now it's a little less shiny, which is nice. And with that, we're like on the right path. There's still a little too much in the form of making this look less uniform. So I'm almost thinking like dig this one up and over and then down a lot so that it kind of has like a hill shape like that. And then slide that back a little bit. Okay. So that's a nice hill there. Now if I come in, we can see this looks really different. That's not bad, actually. So this is starting to feel a little bit better. It's a little less uniform, which is good. The colors need to be a little bit different, and you can make slight adjustments to your color very easily by just going to the manual color slider, and you can just slide and then just paint a couple differently. Whew. Getting some weird lag there for a second. Should go in a minute. And then we'll just grab a couple more colors. I really like that green there for that. And we'll grab a little grayer green up here by the rocks. So these are a little bit more rocky toned green. There we go. So now I think, it's really starting to look like rolling hills, and this could be a place you could build a really interesting house. So just thinking about, the location I think is important. And you might even think we're done, but we're not. So we're going to lock the floor here. And it's important that any area that players shouldn't be able to get to, which should be these hills, you really don't want players to walk on these because they're just good walking experiences with collision turned on. As you can see, they're just super inaccurate. And so what I recommend... Oh, my mom's looking for the baby. We just had the baby on, Mother. Oh my gosh, I'm so sad you missed it. So to find the baby, Mom, you're going to need to scroll back about 15 minutes. Just scrub through the little video and maybe, baby was just here, Mother. I'm so sorry. That's my mom, by the way. She says Marshmallow Island. Great to have you, by the way. Hot Cocoa Lake in the middle. That's funny. Oh, she's funny. So anyway, the next thing we wanted to look at is these collisions are just so bad. So we've locked this one specifically for the purpose that I can select all of this at the same time. And then if I open up the properties panel of this selection, you can then see that I can click collidable off. And now that collidable is off, we can now just walk through it like before or fall through it. So we need to put up some barriers. And so to do that, I'm going to unlock this, duplicate a copy, and this will become our barrier in just a second. And I'm going to lock this again. And we just want to put up some barriers to prevent players from leaving the bounds of the area we want them to be in. And so I'm going to start by making this this needs to be collidable, but it needs to be non-visible, so invisible. And then we want this to be kind of like hexagonal maybe. So I'm going to duplicate from this corner here. So watch what happens here. So I'm going to duplicate from this corner to this corner right there. And then array tool starts to make it into this shape. Now that wasn't perfect. So what I want to do is maybe take this and then delete it. Try again. So I'm going to duplicate from this corner to this corner. And then array tool. And I start getting close to something that's functional. I'm going to keep working on it. So I'm going to duplicate from here to there. And then from here to there. And then array tool that one more time. Oh, so close. And so I think right from here to there. And you can kind of just like make this as accurate as you feel like you have to. And as long as people can't get out, you've done good. So I'm going to just stretch this over into there and then stretch this one back into here. And that is good for that side. This area could be nice to have available to us. So I'm going to select this and do that. And the same with this one right here. It's going into here and then duplicate a copy right to there. There we go. So that gives us a little bit more area on that space. And now you can kind of see your total play space. And just for reference, this space is huge. I mean, it would take me a few minutes to walk over there. So I don't think this is like the end of the world when you're looking at this and thinking, oh my gosh, this is just so small. It's really like, I can't zoom out any further than this, right? Like 1x is so small. You can barely move around. That was at, I don't know. But anyway, so you get the idea. And then I'd also recommend taking some tree-like structures like this and just duplicating them around to kind of make the space feel a little bit more alive. And this stuff doesn't have to be perfect. I mean, we're in Horizon Worlds. People recognize you can only have 3,000 objects, so just do the best you can. Make it look as good as you want it to, within capacity's allowance. And, you can always do another like layer like that. Do a couple like that, maybe. Maybe. So just have fun with it. Don't I would not overstress this at all. Just, really focus on doing what makes you happy. So there we go. Now if I come in here, we've got some really cool looking trees around, and it just brings a little bit of life to the space, which is nice. Okay, so with that, we wanted to look at how could we build a house. So I want to bring in one of my model houses over here. This is about the size that I think is okay. I'd probably scale it up a little bit based on the scaling issue we were talking about earlier. So this is the size of the house we want. So that's a pretty decent sized house. Mega big. For reference, I estimated in the real world a house of this scale would be like 4,000 or 5,000 square feet, which is just enormous. Nobody builds, like, people do build houses that big. It's just enormous. So, it's a pretty good sized mansion, even though it doesn't look like a mansion yet, but we'll get there. So I know what my favorite houses look like, and I will be designing what I think looks really good. So what I wanted to do next was put in some like constraints, some things that make this world harder to build around. Because as much as I really like the scenery and this being a flat area, I also actually hate it being a flat area because I want to do something like this, where I can now stretch this out maybe a little bit, and then maybe slide this over a little bit here, slide this down a little bit, and then this looks like a croissant, which is not intentional, but it's kind of funny. And so we can then take this croissant and back our house up against it to make it look like we were building within some constraints of the landscape, and then potentially even add like a couple more little landscape features, like that and like that. How much for a Vidyuu commission build? If you would like to know more about that, I encourage you to check out the live stream. We literally talked about this last week. There's 3.5 hours about us talking about it, and it is on the Vidyuu Nights channel. Only the cat and yogurt. I heard her, though. Oh, you missed it. A little bit further back, Mom. You were almost there. It was just before the cat. Just before the cat. Oh, you just missed it, Mother. I'm going to have to help you find that. So we've got this kind of like nice rock formation coming along. I'd even do something like that. Something that kind of feels like, oh, I guess maybe that could have happened. Obviously, there's like some mountains behind it, so maybe when you're viewing it from down here, you're looking at that and thinking, oh, I guess I could see that maybe this rolled down or something, right? So we'll go and grab these colors from up here and just kind of apply those naturally being randomly. Yeah, not very good, but there we go. There's some nice colors there. And then let's go and look at how we can take this. So these have really nice collision meshes, so I'm not super worried about this, right? So this one, while these could be more efficient on world's capacity, not on capacity, but on optimization, really, I'm not really worried about it. I do like that you can jump from here. You can probably make that jump. Come on. Yes! So, like, I do like when you can parkour around. I think that makes the world a lot of fun. Nice little area here, probably. So, a little bit of fun that can be had on these rocks. And they're, the collision mesh on them is really solid. So, the next thing we want to look at is pulling out some house design here. So I'm going to start by just kind of throwing down some shapes on where I think the floor will be. And so I'm just starting with the floor, and then we'll build up from there. And so I know I want it to be backed up against this wall. And so because I'm going to be backed up against the wall, I'm actually going to grab this and layer it right here on the wall. So that way this wall we could use potentially in our structure. So we can think about it as being a part of the structure. So that's kind of nice. Could make this a little bit more flush with it. Okay. You could get it exact, but I don't think it needs to be for our build here today. So that's fine. I also want to duplicate this up and kind of think of that as being potentially like a roof. So that's kind of a cool idea. It snapped onto this, I think. Maybe? Let's see. Did this go right? No, I think it's right. It's right. Okay. I do want to lock these, though, so I don't accidentally touch them on building. Okay, so we've got that. Now this is going to be the floor, which I also want to not really align with it, but I do want to align it to the world and kind of line it up roughly right there. So that's nice. See if I can snap that onto there. And I hate the Z-ripping, but it won't be visible when we're done. So it's okay. So there we go. We've got our floor here. And now we want to think about a couple more layers of floor. So we're going to scale this and turn these into smaller segments. And then grab that, slide that to there. And then maybe we'll grab this one and we'll center it right here. And so now we get a little bit more of an organic shape that I kind of like. I think that looks pretty good. So let's go and take this, slide it out to here. And I kind of like this look that the house has going on for it. And so I'm thinking we build an upper balcony below this. So like slide this to here, scale this down a little bit, slide this down, and then scale this over to here. So you kind of get this nice like little upper balcony. We'll figure out exactly what that's going to look like, but you can imagine standing here. The height isn't terrible. Definitely feels like we should have higher height in this building. This floor is almost perfect. It just needs to be taller up here. So I'm going to slide this up, and I'm going to slide this all the way up to here. So it almost looks like we're just like using that to its full advantage. I really like the slight down angle here. Almost want to like lean into that. And we can do that by going back to our settings again and changing this to 5 degrees. And then we'll just tilt that just a hair. So we really lean into that, which I think is going to mean, oh, and that's a little bit off. So try that again. There we go. Nope. 5 degrees is hard to work with, you guys. There we go. There's 5 degrees. And if I come down here, the height is actually, it's almost okay. It's almost okay. The problem is I have to scale it out to there for it to look good. And I also guess if I scale this up to like there, maybe that'll do the trick. Yeah, that was it. So now we've got this nice upstairs balcony. And then this will all be one floor, I think. Or I'm wondering if there's a way that I can push this off the front a little bit more. And then I do want to start, just to get the floor in a way that's easy to modify later, I'm going to duplicate this copy over here. Because at some point we're going to want to add in a like stairwell. So I'm just going to scale that to there for now. And then this doesn't fit entirely perfect, so we're going to scale that to here. Nice. And I think for now, I just want to start sketching in a stairwell. So I'm going to grab this and just, like I said, sketch it in. And that's a pretty good... Those are pretty steep stairs, aren't they? So we might want to lean into this building for the stairs, right? Like we've already got the angle there. That helps us a little bit save on space below. So if we slide that, snap, and then select, slide, and snap this down to here. Snap that up to there. We can build that into stairs later, but for now it's functional, which gives us our pathway up. But it's not, it'll have to be a little bit steeper. So I guess if we wanted to build stairs just to kind of like really sketch them out a little bit more accurately, we'll thick that up a little bit and thicker, slide. And I gotta turn my snapping back to 15, otherwise my just angles are really off. And then step that there, duplicate that to there, and then duplicate that to there. Array tool. There we go. And what we can now do is slide this into position right to here. So right about there. And then we can slide this into position right about there. And then we can slide that up and snap right there, which gives us our stairs. So we can now delete that. and come on in. And the stairs kind of work. It's really, really bad. They're also a little not enough space over here to get off. So I'd like to add an additional stair here. So I'm going to just scale that to there and then slide this over to there. Now I am thinking this might be off by just a hair. Let's see. Lock this one in place. Now snap that to there. Is that better? Looks like it's just a hair off, doesn't it? Just like a hair. Absolutely just a hair. Enough to bother me, but not enough for me to go and fix it right now. But the big thing that you want to see is that if we take this and duplicate, scale that like that, we can then slide this down to here, and we can make these stairs really smooth to climb up. And so they won't look like this, but we can then slide that just in a hair like that so you feel the bump just barely. And then we can open up the properties panel of this, turn visibility off, and now we've got these really smooth to walk upstairs. So if I walk up this, you'll see it's not enough bump. It's not bumpy enough. It's on the right track, but we'll just need to slide this down just a little bit more. And now there's a little bit of bump, but it's not nearly as bad as it was before. You remember that bump we had before? This is just feels like you're walking up some stairs. You get upstairs. Nice. Awesome. MetaMinter asks, have you heard how much the new MetaQuest headset will be in October? I didn't know there was a new Quest. I definitely don't know the price, but if y'all know, you can comment and definitely leave a link to where you found that information. Who's your source? Oh, that's interesting. Oh my goodness. So yeah, by the way, we are 20 minutes over, but I'm not going to stop yet because we're doing good. So if you have more questions about building or specifically you'd like to see done, please just ask. We are going to wrap at some point, probably in the next 40 minutes, as I'd like to get down and have some dinner with the wifey and the baby. And Mom, if you're still here, hope you found the baby. If you go back just a little bit before the cat, you'll see Nalia came on for just a minute, which was super cute. So yeah, I'm really liking this look. I'm also feeling like this look has a problem, which is that it is so important for it to jet out that this is the problem to me. Like that is a problem. So I'm thinking we do this so that you can really feel the jetting out. And then this area here should be more like a rotation. You know, we're building modern architecture. You can do whatever you want with modern architecture. So I'm going to slide this down just to avoid the Z-ripping here. And we'll have to fix it a little bit later. And then, yeah, it's just a hair. It's just a hair. There we go. And then what I want to do is copy this exact same motion. So if I grab this guy and find his snap point right there, duplicate to here, and then array tool, and array tool. Now we'll grab big one. And it didn't do exactly what I was hoping it would, but I can still grab this from here, snap it like that. There we go. And so now you've got this kind of like almost walk-in area to this maybe cool little grove. So maybe this is like an outdoor something. And this is your house. And so how do you align those two objects? These two question mark? Or can you tell me a little bit more about the two that you're referring to? So I'm almost thinking like in VR, most homes aren't built like real homes because you don't need to, right? You don't need to have a bathroom and you don't need to have a bedroom. And like the office is just there because it looks cool because it's got a computer in it, right? And the kitchen looks cool. And so it's like, you don't necessarily need to build all the things. It can just be like a really cool hangout space, right? So like you could imagine that instead of this being a balcony, this could be an infinity pool, right? Or you could imagine instead of this being here, you select all this. So we've locked the floor, right? So if I select this guy first, then select everything else in this area. Oh, and I forgot that I locked these guys. So unlock this, and unlock this. And try that again. You might think that, wait, this house would look way cooler if it had a view of this valley rather than... Oh, and that back piece is locked too, huh? There we go. Okay. Might be better if it has a view of the valley rather than being in the valley. Like, in the valley is cool, don't get me wrong, but what if it was on the valley, right? Like, you know? Like, what if this was now a walkway down to a different little pavilion over here on this guy? And so definitely thinking about that as well. So now you have the opportunity to put an infinity pool on this, and this is your view, which is just like freaking baller, right? Oh my gosh. This is cool. So I like this a lot, right? So this is like, it went from being I'm in the valley, now I'm on the valley, and even from down here in the valley, it looks cool, right? So it's got this cool view that you might even want to see. So if we came out here and looked up at the mountain, that's going to be really cool when it's done. 4620 found her. Nalia and her mom are beautiful. Wowza. She is smiling and holding head up on week 2. Technically, it's week 3, Mom, but yes, it is quite impressive. I do agree. So 20-something. I'd love to know exactly what you're talking about for aligning objects. I would love to answer it, but I don't know what you're referring to. So I guess I'm just going to go through some generics. So basically, number 1, when you have an object, you've got these snap points, which allow you to snap as long as your snap tool is turned on. And then you can snap and align it to other objects by using those snap points, or even like other objects this way. You could even say, if you wanted to make some really cool stuff, take this, and if we snap this here, for instance, now it's level with this. But say you wanted to snap it half a step, you could do half steps like that, and then using this array tool, you can snap it with equal distance like that. And then the other option you could do is if you really want these to be closer together, you could scale them in like that to make them a little steeper. Or you could make them even more elongated, but deeper. And so there's a lot of options on how you can use this. And so I'm going to actually step back a couple steps here. And then the other cool thing you can do with steps is you can grab them from this point here and duplicate to here, and then duplicate to, oh, sorry, wrong snap point. But you have to determine which snap point you're going to. So I want it to snap to this one from the bottom. So I put my hand in this one to select it, and then I grab the orange snap point here at the bottom, and then duplicate up to here. And now that it's duplicated with equal distance, it'll duplicate with equal distance when I press this button in a rotation. So now you get these really cool rotating steps. But because rotation steps need a, like, you can't stand on that, right? Like, it's not possible to, like, sure, you could. Oh, and these are really small, which is even more hysterical. I didn't realize how small they were. But so, like, if we scale these up, for instance, let's scale them up and build a really nice spiral staircase. And we step down on this. The problem is you can fall through them. If you stand on the center, it's fine, but on these edges, you're just a hair from falling off. And it's actually working surprisingly well, but you'd probably want to put in something like maybe from here, snap it to like a midpoint, maybe even. Or maybe you take this one and snap it like that. So you get these kind of half steps. And so you would then maybe slide this into there. And I would like to see it 5 degrees off, which is hard to do because you have to switch it to 5 degrees from the settings pane. You can change all your snap settings. And so if I snap this on 5 degrees now, I've now applied a 5-degree rotation, which is pretty nice. And I could probably just, I don't know, is that too much? Yeah, I prefer it right there. So then what I would do is turn this back to 15 degrees. You'll notice I have my grid units are at 1/4 meters, so it's 1/4 of a meter. And then select from here, select to there. And, oh, none of those work. Might work though if I just duplicate to here. And then if I had deleted all of these, I could have array tooled it up, which would give me that type of steps, which are kind of nice. So yeah, I think there's a lot of options, really. Definitely encourage you to play with it. Let's see what else you guys are saying. I want to create a sustainability training in Horizon World. Some interactions are like planting trees in the city. Is there a way to make a tree UI so that it brings trees in the scene? Yes. That is a really good question. Yes, it totally is. Give me a second to come back to that one. What would be a feature you would like to have in builder mode? Another good question. Give me 2 seconds to respond and add air hockey, comma, pool, comma, bowling. Those are suggestions you guys made earlier, and I forgot to write it down. So just marking that down real quick. Okay. Zuck Leak, October 25th, $1,500. I don't know if I'd pay $1,500 for a pro headset. I'd easily pay $1,000. 1,500's pushing it though, because I want to buy 2, one for me and one for my wife. Geez, that's a lot. Yikes. Well, we might only be getting one, hun. Jeez, that's so expensive. Is there a way to align an object horizontally or vertically with respect to another object? Yes, it is. So yeah, I did want to finish this talk before we went back to the Sappy Tree or Sappy Devs question. Byron says, it's so cool getting to meet all of you and check out what you are working on. If anyone wants to bounce anything off me, just add me. Nice. Joe Byron. Awesome. Thanks for commenting, Byron. Appreciate that. Okay, so 20-something. Here's how this works. So you see these snap points here? Remember on my settings page, I had set this to 15 degrees. Now you can change this to be like 90 degrees or whatever you want to snap by. I like 15 because it gives me some freedom. So I could easily get to 90 degrees like this. So it's 90 degrees adjacent. You can also center it using the center one with the center one here. You can also center it like center like that. So there's a lot of ways to use the snap tools to really get this where you want it to be. And then with the 15 degrees, you can see I can rotate it by 15 degrees at a time. So that's what those mean until it's at 90. And then recast. I don't understand, gamer. I'm sorry, I don't understand. This is, you can see, everything seems to be fine. Double check. Live stream seems to be coming in nicely. If something's wrong, let me know, but I don't see any errors, so not sure what's up, gamer. So anyway, you can basically see that it's pretty easy to align stuff when you have snapping on. You can turn it off and on by pulling down on your thumbstick. And let me know if there's another question you have, but that's more or less how you can do that. And the other thing that I was going to show is like over here, I didn't want to show this because it's so hard, but you see how I lined this up with this object? Let me duplicate these and show you how to do it properly because I didn't do it correctly and I was just being lazy. So when you look at this object here, it only has snap points on this side and this side and this corner. You don't have snap points for this center piece here. So one option would be to rotate this like that, and then you could use the snap point. This is the easiest option for sure, and now it's aligned. Mine wasn't technically aligned, and so the other option is that you align it like this, and then duplicate and rotate it by the amount that it needs to be aligned, and then array tool, and array tool, and array tool, and you get a bunch of these eventually. And so what you want to do is then lock the center one, and then delete the rest. And I guess I didn't lock the correctly because there's none left. But basically you can see now that you have one on each side. And so that's one way to do it. That only really works for uniformly scaled ones, and I realized it wasn't super uniform. But hopefully that helps show you a couple tricks on how you can use that to make some really cool looking things like that. Okay, cool stuff. So I wanted to get back to the tree idea. So Sappy Dev says, I want to create a sustainability training world. Some interactions are like planting trees in the city. Is there a way to make a tree UI so it brings trees in the scene? Sappy Dev, your name says Dev in it. So I'm going to have to assume you are a developer. And because it sounds like that, I don't mind showing you stuff that we don't really have videos on how to do. And this is kind of like, I'm going to wrap us up here with this, and then I'm going to go get some dinner. So if you guys have more suggestions for next week, we do this every Sunday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and we do it for a few hours, usually until 7 o'clock. But you can see it's 7:30. So feel free to make suggestions on what you want to do. And yeah, like my mom just said there, you can rewind and watch it all over again. Thanks, Mom, for being here, by the way. So cool to have you. Shout out to my mom. Now, we're going to head to a world I built that's pretty cool. It hasn't been published yet, and I'm sorry. I am really, really working hard on this, on getting this out to you guys. So this will be an asset that you will have access to. I just have been so busy, and the weeks have blended together, and I just like baby life, you know? So if you want to join me right now, I might hang in for an extra like 5-10 minutes after the stream. I'm going to be in this world for the next 5-10 minutes. So go ahead and join me here. And if you want to, you don't have to. New essential world using asset library only. I'm working on it, right? So like I've got a ton of new assets and I've been trying to get them out. The problem is, first of all, I have to update the other ones, and I spent literally 2 days trying to backdate them to get them cleared out so that I could update them. And I just haven't found the free time so to go in. Maybe I can do it right now. Maybe I can. I might as well. Okay, you guys, you don't have to come here. Don't come here because I'm gonna be leaving soon. But there's some cool stuff in here. It's just not like I want to do more with it. I just don't feel like I'm where I want it to be, which is part of the reason I haven't published it either, is I want to make some changes. So Sappy Dev, this is what I was going to show you. This here is called the Vidyuu Asset Wand. And what it allows you to do is cycle through a bunch of things. So here's a tree with branches. I don't know if it'll place correctly, but there is a tree. Oh, and it did place. So I think it only allows you to place one tree at a time. And so there you go. Boom. And boom. And so as you can see, you can plant trees using this asset wand. And basically you load an asset into the wand. If you give it the scale, so if you look at some of the earlier assets, I had given it the actual scale of the asset. And it will actually use that. Let's see, how far back do I got to go? Am I going the wrong direction? I'm going the wrong direction. Where is it? There it is. Okay. So if you give it the scale, it'll actually scale this trigger or this green box to look the size of what it is. And so there you can see it actually scales to the right side. And there you can see that is a picnic table right there. And so, yeah, that's pretty cool. And, yeah, I think that's probably the coolest thing you can see. And so basically you just have an asset in the asset library. You then add it to a reference, and then you tell it to place it. And in this case, I have it remove it after it's been placed. But in your case, you would just let it keep placing. And there is an example of that right here. So just double check nobody's on their way here. It's just me. That's fine. So then we're head to this one. And so this is the asset wand world. I don't have the new portal feature. I wish I did. I haven't seen one in person yet. I've only seen the video, and they look so cool. It looks so, so cool. All right, here we are. So this is a cool world to check out. It uses, oh, no assets found. Uh-oh. Oh, this one worked. Okay. And this one has all of the trees, and I believe it'll plant infinite numbers of trees. Excuse me. If I set this one up right. So here's a dead tree. I'm sure this is not what you want being planted, but there's a dead tree, right? And I think it'll keep multiple trees. Yeah? Oh no, this one only does one at a time too. That's okay. But yeah, so basically, that's a really cool dead tree. You can also like check out the different assets. At some point, I'd like to come back and update this and make it better. I'm sorry, it's really a time thing. Oh my gosh, there's someone here. Hello! I don't know who you are. I'm sorry. Hi.
Hey, it's
What's your
Byron.
name?
Byron. Joe.
Byron.
Joe
Oh,
Byron.
great to see you, dude.
Good to
So
see
great
you.
to see you.
I have the
Ah.
portal feature, by the way.
Oh, please spawn a portal. Let's see one.
Okay. Let's try it. Who are you?
I gotta see. I want to double check
is
I don't
mine.
have this. Whoa.
I don't know why I have it either. Like, it just kind of
Whoa.
appeared in my options.
People are selected at random, and I'm almost always the last person, so I'm convinced it's not random. But wow, that's billboarded and everything.
I know,
Visit
it's so
World
cool.
Time Portal.
It makes world testing so much easier because I'm used to, like, I'll go to the plaza and try to invite a bunch of people to my party, but
Yeah.
I can just be like, hey, you want to come test a world real quick? And people are like, yeah, sure. I spawn this,
And this
it
looks
really
so
intrigues
cool.
them. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
I know,
so cool.
right? I want to. Oh, it's gone. It's gone.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Gone. No.
Hey, welcome.
Hey.
I can't see your name tag. Remind me. Who are you? I know we've met before. Is it
Victor.
Victor? It is Victor. I thought it was. Great to see you, Victor. That's awesome. So you can try these out if you'd like. I'm going to head into the essential bundles really quick. Last thing I do before bed, dinner. You know, same thing when you're this tired at the end of the day. And I'm going to go add this wand to the essentials bundle. So y'all should have it. So you should be able to import it. And you can follow me if you're on any of these bundles. Feel free to follow me there. And if you're in the live stream, feel free to join me for this adventure we're going on. Yeah, and I can see your comments. So thank you, Chris Indo. I appreciate that. And glad we got to show you one, Madam Enter. So we're going to head to Vidyuu Assets Copy 1. Wish me luck. This is usually the most cursed of the asset copies. So here we go. Any water left? No, just a couple drops. Delicious, though. It was a delicious. Oh, we might not get there. I was like, this is taking a while. Yeah, I guess we should address that. Virtual magic. Yes, Mom, it is, isn't it? Hey, welcome, Charles. Great to have you. We're at the very end of this show, actually, so I apologize, but there's 3.5 hours you can rewind through. I think it might even be close to 4 hours now, aren't we? We've been going. It's been good, though. We've had a lot of fun, and great to have you. If you guys haven't liked already, please feel free to like the video. It's free, I hear. I've never been charged for a like button, and it really does help. So, this is like, remember I said it takes a while and it's been broken? This is what I mean. Ugh. We should be crashing to personal space is what I'm guessing is going to happen. Oh no, we made it! Wow, we made it to this cursed location, but we get to update it. Yay us! Oh gosh, this world's so cursed. Okay, so I thought I backdated this, but it does not look like it's been backdated. So I'm going to have to delete this stuff manually. It's going to take a little bit of work. And everything's kind of frozen right now. Probably because it's trying to do more than it can. Let's see. Can't grab anything in here to delete it. It's like, you're at capacity. I'm like, I know I'm at capacity. Can we just delete stuff, please? Nope. This is cursed. I'm so sorry, guys. I don't know if we can save this. Oh gosh, I'm so scared. Oh, I can't get into build mode again. Oh gosh. Okay, so I have an option, and I'll share it with you. Okay, so you can see my screen. So theoretically, if I open up a Chrome page, you'll be able to see Command New, or no, it's Control N, Control New. Then we go to facebook.com/Facebook Horizon Creations. You should be able to see this. And then from here, what we normally do to clear this out is just delete the whole world. That's what we normally do. So, dun, 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 dun. Oh, I can get into build mode though, so maybe I can start deleting. So maybe we aren't. Oh yes, we can do it. Never mind. But basically, normally what I would do is I'd come to this page, and then I'd hit the edit button, and then hit backup, and then roll it back to empty world state. I don't know if I can do that while I'm in it though, so I'm not going to even try. So we'll just kind of come back in here and keep deleting. I'm going to start with the most intense stuff, like this guy. This is one of the most intense scripts in the entire world, and it's hiding. We'll grab these guys. Oh, this is so much. The lag is intense. But once we're done, we'll check to make sure that the world is clear and there's no space junk left over. And then we'll import the new one and get everybody who's on copy 1 access to the new assets. And then we'll do that for copy 2, 3, and 4. And I'm confident that I've cleared 2, 3, and 4 and that they're not this bad. But we'll have to see. Oh, it's still deleting over here. I'm like, let's go, let's go, let's go. So thanks for your patience. Yes, feel free to like bounce. You don't have to hang out through this, but feel free to if you are curious on what goes on in this space. And happy to show you more about how I update these bundles, because it is kind of crazy, honestly. There it goes. Delete these. Go ahead and delete all these clouds up in here. Here's some of these background objects and delete. And so our goal at the end of this is that our capacity meter under world capacity reads 1000. We got a little bit of work to do. It was awesome to meet you in person as well, Byron. I know, it is in person to me. I really do like feel like we just met. I was like, oh my gosh, I gotta put a face to the name. It was cool. It was really cool. Okay, and delete. Give that a second there. And so yeah, basically if you have your own asset world, it can be a lot of work to manage. Stuff like this where people duplicate on top of it happens all the time. I know that sounds crazy, but it's like very real. As an asset creator, this is just totally normal, and you more or less just kind of get used to it. So Scotty beamed him up. It did, right? It was good. It was so good. Yeah, I'm also concerned that some of the people who've like had trouble earlier on in the stream might have been copying assets from that were broken, because the trick is you have to import it into an empty world. And so because these are like in here, I don't come in here, you shouldn't come in here, but some people do. Oh gosh, did my hand just break? Oh, please don't break on me. No, don't break. No. Oh, my hand broke. I can't undo it. Darn it. When this happens, you have to just give up. It sucks. Your hand is broken. It's a bug. Somebody should report it. I should report it. I know about the bug. I should report it. Oh, but anyway, the only way to fix this is to go to your personal space and come back. And so in that case, we're actually going to bounce over to a different copy of this. We're going to go to the copy 2, I think. And then we'll try resetting it from that website like I was showing you. It's not every day you can be in the chat one moment, then in the video the next. Right? It's so cool. I love Horizon. Edited 3 minutes ago. Oh, yo, welcome.
Crap.
Isn't, right?
Shoot.
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, great to have you. Dude, do you want to try deleting this world for me? And I'll be right back. Thank you. Appreciate the support.
Yeah, I just saw your trouble with the gift.
Oh, dude, coming in clutch. Appreciate you.
Oh, Jesus.
I know. It's so crazy. This world's cursed. It's cursed. So now we're on to the second copy, and so there's 4 of these. And so there's a reason I only do this once a month now. It's like I used to do it almost every day at one point, and then the bugs just got worse and worse and worse. And so I just once a month is basically all I can handle. And I will call us at the end of the hour if we can't get through this. But sometimes when things work out just right, it doesn't take very long at all. And so my fingers are crossed because I did delete numbers 2, 3, and 4. And by the time we're done with 2, 3, and 4, we should be back to Izin. And hopefully the world's deleted and we can move on. So fingers crossed we got this. Because I deleted the world, this should be empty. Fingers are crossed. Lakes! Yes, Izin? It was great to see you, by the way. Also, I don't know if I'm saying your name wrong. You're like, dude, stop saying my name wrong. Is it Thiessen? Am I saying it wrong this whole time? I thought it was the Izin, but now it's the Izin. Oh gosh, it is Thiessen, isn't it? Oh, I feel like I've lost my mind. I'm sorry. I'm really bad at names. Honestly, I thought Oculus was saying your name wrong, and I was like, dude, stop it. His name is the Izin. And you're just too polite to tell me that I've been saying it wrong. Oh, got it. Tyson, like Tyson. Oh, Tyson. Oh, okay. I can see that. That makes sense. Gosh, that does make sense. Okay, unfortunately, we were unable to travel. I don't know why, considering we were... considering we were able to travel to copy 1 and copy 2 should be clean. I guess we're gonna go try copy 3. Sorry if you're in copy 2. My virtual grandson is back. Wait, KO, are you here? KO? Is KO in the room? No. What? What is my mother talking about? Also, granddaughter, not grandson. Wait, who are we talking about? Oh, it's German. My mom speaks German. She's not German, but she speaks German. She'll appreciate that. She's right there above you, by the way. Oh my gosh, we made it! So we're in copy 3. We did it. We're in copy 3. I'm opening the world. Delete this, and then open up the world page. Go to capacity. And scale player down to 4 players. Check capacity again. 1650. Ooh. Oh, but that says that's because of players. Drag players down again. Capacity 1000. We're clean. And I'm gonna show you something. Was ist German? I see that, mother. You're cute. So I want to show you something that I'm not supposed to show you. So just, keep this to yourself. But you can see no space junk was found with this experimental feature. And the outliner says it's just me in this world, which is fantastic. So now we can import the clean, fresh copy of the Vidyuu asset pack. So if I search for asset showroom, I can now import the... Oh, what? Asset showroom. Do I have to type it out? Enter. Come on. There it is. And so I click the info icon, hit the 3-dot icon, import world, and now we will have the clean, fresh version of this imported. So Sappy Dev, I'm importing it right now. I'm not sure if you're watching this live or not. It is called the Vidyuu Asset Wand. It's in the Vidyuu Essentials bundle. if you don't have the Vidyuu Essentials bundle, comment your Oculus username, and I'll add you to this one. Oh, that's just in the physics tab. You can definitely do that from the physics tab. Oh yeah, so if you go down below Super Ice, there's bounce and super bounce, and there's also some custom settings you can mess with too. So definitely check that out. Oh, but Super Ice doesn't have bounce. Super Ice actually, so Super Ice is sliding, but it doesn't bounce because bounce is turned off on Super Ice. So you need to turn bounce up on Super Ice to get it to work like a hockey puck, if that's what you're thinking. Okay, the world is loading in, but it's causing a wee bit of lag. He's my little buddy. Oh, that's fun. Bye! I'm not sure who's leaving. I'm not. I think I've got a few more minutes. Yeah. You guys can't see what I see, but it looks so weird. The world is just covered in blue lines and triangles and squares and just so funky. Wow. My brain. Dun, 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 dun. We should be falling through the world soon. There we are. And the bundle is loading in. I probably should have stopped the world before importing. Did my mother say she... Oh, I'm knocking off. Ta-ta for now. Oh, mother. Oh, mother. Ta-ta for now. Oh, I didn't realize what she meant when she said knocking off. Yes, ta-ta, Mom. She's the best. Yeah, she's great. So part of the reason this world is lagging so much is because it's imported so much. And as soon as it's done, we'll be able to stop, reset, and publish this world, which I'm super excited to do. Because I'll finally be able to get some of these new assets out to you guys. It's been such a labor of love, and I mean it, to try and put this asset bundle together. And I'm planning to just completely scrap and restart from the scratch. Because I think I've just run into some like crazy, weird like scripting limits. So, oh, you didn't need to retract that, Tyson. But yeah, you're totally good. Appreciate y'all. Dun 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 dun. Looks totally fine on your side. My side looks like it's crazy. Everything you see is fine. I literally see a black, like, triangular line made out of squiggles and upside down screenshots. And there's like, it's upside down. It's bonkers. I see a loading symbol over here and it just like moves in weird ways. Oh, whoa. It's worked. We're back. Okay, the world is back, and I am script tab, stop this world as fast as humanly possible, and clear, and stop. Okay, the world has been stopped, everything's been cleared out, totally clean. The big problem in this world is this one, so I need to disable this, and I hate to do that, but this needs to just be disabled because it is causing a lot of lag. I'm just going to cause it to load 60 seconds later. And that should help with some of the lag when people are loading into this world. Okay. This world will be the death of me. I'm sorry. Oh, you can get it, Sappy. I guarantee. It takes a lot of work, but you can get it. It took me almost 2 years to get to this point. So, in 5% of that time, you'll guaranteed have at least 10%. It's slow going once you get past the big hump. So this is where all the static assets are now stored. We've got a brand new little thing over here, some other cool new things here and there that you'll see, and stuff from the live streams I've been trying to get in. Just so much more stuff I want to add. We're running out of capacity too. Okay, so before it's too late, select content rating. It is designed for everyone. It really is. Comfortable, tags adventure, not visible to the public, Vidyuu assets copy 3, and update. No, cancel. I meant to hit publish. Excuse me. Okay, so that is publishing. Whew, 1 out of 4 done. And yeah, so 7:57 p.m. we are done with this one. So if you have access to Vidyuu assets copy 3, you now have the updated bundle and can import it into an empty world. There will be more updates coming. I just have to get to it. I did want to make sure that our sappy dev friend gets access to this. I don't know if that's your username in Horizon, but I wanted to make sure you were on the list because of the tree planting endeavor you're on. Sounds really good. I don't see you. Probably because it's not your name in Horizon, huh? Sappy dev. Wish I knew your Horizon username. If you want to comment it, that would be super useful. And I'm looking here just to check. Nope. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next one. And I will add you if you... Oh, there he is. Hubbard XX. You got it. Okay. We're on our way now. Opening up the menu. Give that a second. Might be bug or depile. It needs scripting. Oh, so my bowling alley, I've been having issues with the bowling pins falling over. So when the ball collides with the pins for the first time, it won't knock them over. If they're physics-based objects, they should definitely knock over. Manage collaborators and add HUBBARDXX. Oh, someone's just loaded in. There's a person here on me. Who's here? I can't see.
Hey.
Hello.
You're on the spawn spot. Hi. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's
Haven't seen you in a while.
Divine? Is it Divine? Or did I mix you up with someone else? I'm so sorry.
No, this is Copper.
Oh, it's Copper Chosen. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'm like guessing in the dark. I don't have name tags turned on right now, so I can't cheat.
Oh, it's not. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know someone duplicated the entire world.
Oh, that happens all the time. It's okay. But yeah, this one's updated. It's now got the Vidyuu asset wand over there and a bunch of new stuff. So feel free to check it out. I'm going to the 4, and everybody's like asking.
Favor?
Oh yeah, sure. By the way, we're on a stream right now, so just so you know, you're live.
Oh, well, never mind, because I was going to ask you, can you see my new world, the Coliseum,
Oh, no, I'd love to sometime, though. That sounds awesome. I do most of my world hopping Wednesday night at the World Tours event, so if you see me there, invite me, and we can take a whole group to go check it out. Oh, you don't have to have it there. Yeah, we can just click on your name and go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
all
absolutely.
Right, thank you.
No problem. Okay, I'm quickly adding everybody who wants access to this. So Craigus, invite as editor. Boom. Next up was the Izin, or Tyson. I'm so sorry. I gotta get better at that. At least I won't spell your name wrong. Invite as editor. There we go. And who else is on here? Okay, so I've got you guys on this list, and I'm trying to get the rest of them updated, so wish me luck. We're going to head to copy 4 now and see if we can get there. Bye, Copper.
Right, bye. I love your voice. It's perfect. I love you. Got the perfect.
All right, Joe Byron, you want to get on that list? Okay. You might need to delete number 1. This is a goner. Oh, I'm so sorry, Tyson. Oh, man. Interesting. And you're having the same issue with the pool table. Huh. I'm not sure. You shouldn't have to script it, though. Okay, we made it to this one. That's the good news. And it is time to stop the world. By the way, The most requested feature. Oh, somebody built some stuff in here. That's so funny. Look at that. Who did that? Oh, it's not in this one. Never mind. I thought it was. It's not. Never mind. But there is some really cool stuff in this that people just had access to for a little bit. Normally, this doesn't get out. This is one of the oldest bundles. It's like from 7-8 months ago. Oh my gosh! Wait, there's someone here. Is that Mr. Glitch? Who is this? No, that's not Mr. Glitch. Who is this? Is this? Oh, it's Craig. Sorry, just sorry. I don't have name tags, and I'm like, you're wearing the outfit that guy wears. So it's my initial instinct. Oh, I'm like frozen. Are you able to get into build mode to help me delete stuff in here by chance?
Nope.
Oh,
that's
weird. I can't get into build mode either. I don't know why. Look at all this stuff people have been building. You know, it's kind of cool though. Like. I hope one day we can turn this space into just a space where people are collaborating and oh no, like Tyson's headset died. Yeah, you know, like it'd be so good. Stabby. I still can't get into build mode. I'm going to add
That's weird.
Joe Byron to the copy 3 real quick. And I'm hoping we can get this one fixed. Invite as editor. Invite as editor. That's funny, Byron. Okay, I still can't get into build mode. I think there's just a bunch of scripts running maybe or something that's bugged out because of I hate to keep blaming Visit 2.0, but honestly, like Visit 2.0.
Yeah.
Dun. Meta Mentor asked to be added as well. You got it. I will work on that while we're waiting for my hand to come back. Information. And
there it is.
Oh, sweet. So yeah, if you want to head in, I'll be right behind you. Meta Mentor. I don't know if I'm spelling it right. Meta Mentor. Maybe you might need to tell me your username. I thought it was Meta Mentor, but or maybe you're already on copy 3 Meta Mentor? Okay. I'm going to have you... Oh, Mr. Victor. I'm sorry. I forgot that it's you. I'm so sorry. I'm going to blame it on baby brain, even though I'm not the one doing all the baby hard stuff. But, you know, I'm around a baby. I got you added, Victor. Okay, I'm in build mode. We can start deleting this. And soon, copy 4 will also have access to all the assets that we just updated. So, super cool. I've been told by my wife and some good friends that this is the best methodology, even though I despise this methodology, where you select as many as you possibly can and then delete them all at the same time. So, wish me some lag luck.
It's especially bad when using AirLink.
I really appreciate that y'all are still here. By the way, I'm a little confused because it's just been me stuck in laggy states for the last 30 minutes, but y'all are hanging around, so thank you. It's been fun. I'm definitely way over my time, and I'm sure KO will be up here soon to let me know. But 2 out of 4 isn't half bad. Lag luck. Hey, thank you for the lag luck. It worked out really well for us, and now we can delete some of these other stuff that's been floating around in here. Oh man, that's gone. And Craig's got this guy going. Okay.
Super laggy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's the nature of this world. Okay, I have acknowledged that this world is for everyone. Yes. And player settings, I want to drop that down to 4. Okay, we just need to delete that, and then I think we'll be there.
It's locked me out. I can't delete it.
Oh, really? Go into play mode then. Yeah, this happens to me all the time. Hopefully it doesn't happen to me as well. Would be very, very, very... we did it. Okay, good.
You're a frozen giant.
I'm also holding perfectly still. Not intentionally, but I am. Mostly because I don't like feeling the lag spikes. Oh, it didn't even do anything. Please. Please delete. How to watch your video inside Horizon so that I can follow along. Hey, guess what, Sappy Dev? We actually had a video that was just filmed, and it came into our inbox today by Jackal Dude Gaming, and it'll be posted to the channel in the next 2 weeks. So we're looking forward to getting that out to you soon so that you can learn how to watch these videos and tutorials. And yeah, like Byron said, use Airlink. And actually, I believe Byron's the one who messaged us and showed us that he was watching the live stream while building last week, which was insane. And so I was like, okay, we need to get that added to this tutorial. And so it should be in the tutorial as well. So shout out to Byron as well. Okay, am I able to select and delete this? It's weird. This stuff is kind of like, I can't select it, but I can pick it up one by one, which is tedious, but we're almost there, so can't complain.
We have a floating flower somewhere.
I just deleted one of them. Are you using the outliner? I see a cube and a trigger. There's a trigger right here, and I can't seem to select it, so I can't delete it. I'm going to select the trigger, which opens it up. Oh, it says it's actually over here. Interesting. Can I select it and delete it? No. Were you able to get that and delete it?
Nope, I can't even select anything.
Okay. It says it's right here, but I can't see it. Do you think you can oh, you can't select anything. Wait, I think you can. If you come over here, can you try with your blue bounding box that's on your finger? No?
Nothing.
Great to have you. Okay, so
we broke it with 2.0.
we've broken this whole thing, yeah. It's like, okay, and then there's a cube somewhere. It says there's a cube over here.
Here, I'll jump out and try to jump back in. Maybe it'll help.
Oh, that's a good idea, yeah. Maybe I can leave these outlined and then import, and then when you get back, we can just delete these two objects.
Sounds good.
Oh, I got this one. Okay, I selected that one. It's gone. The trigger, I wasn't able to move, but maybe... Are you still here? Don't leave. Don't leave yet. You're good.
Yeah, I'm here.
I've got an idea. I'm going to change the position of the trigger from the properties panel to up by a meter. And I think it shifted it? No, it didn't. It didn't seem to move it at all.
Nope, still can't select anything. Let's see.
Is anything changing on it? I'm changing the properties. I don't think it's actually here. I think it's a ghost trigger. I don't think it's real.
Yeah, probably.
There's a ghost among us.
Oh, it's selected. It's currently selected.
I can't see it. I wish this tool had a delete button on it. Just at the very end.
Right. All right, I'll jump out and jump back in real quick.
Okay, sounds good. I'm going to leave the properties panel open for this trigger, and that should help us get rid of this later. And then double check that our capacity meter is 1000. It is. Nice. So, next thing to do, and I wanted to make sure that this was toggled off, but it's not letting me interact with it, so I'm thinking it might not really be here. We'll see when he gets back. Because it is saying 100, which means that the world is empty. So, double check this. Made it for everyone. And now it's time to import the asset showroom. Among Us VR looks good. I really would be interested in playing the official one. The unofficial one in VR chat was a little laggy for my taste. All right, I went to the wrong tab. Go back. Search for showroom.
Did it work?
Do you see it?
Nope.
Do you see the properties panel?
Nothing.
Can you stop the world while you're in build mode real quick?
Absolutely.
Stopped? I'm like about to hit the most dangerous button.
It won't stop.
It won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. This world's like, no. Okay, I'm importing the world anyway.
Oh boy.
I'm going to try and hit the... Oh, it stops. Good job. Sweet. We won't die. So you don't see this property panel right here.
Oh, now I do, yeah. It's just black, though. There's nothing...
There's nothing on it?
Yeah,
I don't think that trigger actually exists. I'm pretty sure it's a phantom trigger that's like, it was deleted, but it doesn't think it was deleted. So...
Yeah.
We should be in the clear. Like and the good news is everybody makes assets the new way where you select the asset, not the whole world. So space junk theoretically isn't even a big problem for an asset pack, theoretically. Don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that, okay? I've never said that. But yeah, it should be fine. Okay, so this one's been updated as well. I'm going to go ahead and do the very dangerous task of switching this to 60-second delay, and then very quickly stopping and starting the world. And so we're going to go 60 on this, 0, which should hopefully prevent some of the lag we were experiencing. And now I'm going to hit play. And the world does seem to be functioning pretty decently right off the bat. That's good news. We'll go ahead and... Oh, there's a little bit more lag spike coming in. And hit stop. So now that we know the world is functioning, we're now going to publish this. Yep, that's the last step. So script and world publish. There you go, everybody. Copy 4 and copy 3 are in. Space junk is a good thing. Alex, I've never said that! I swear I never said that. Byron, don't take me out of context. 8:14 p.m. on August 7th. That is today. Very cool. All right, so this one's updated. Let's maybe try to get to copy number 2. Here we go. Off to copy number 2. PC build mode can be better. PC build mode can be better. Is true. PC build mode is way better. I hate to admit that, but like, there's a lot less lag. Also, sorry I didn't say super goodbye, Craig. I assume you're like on the stream, so you're gonna pick this up right where we left off. So, wasn't super worried. Everybody else is here. Great to have you. Feel free to like the video and hang out, or if you're looking for something more interesting, scroll back through the video where we've got some more tutorial content. Right now we're just updating the essential assets before I go down to dinner / it's almost bedtime. So, dun-ta-da. So this is the one where we got stuck on this loading screen last time, and because the world's been emptied, it shouldn't have any issues, you'd think. But it could be that people have imported it a lot. Sappy Dev, I'm still here, about to be nighttime, but appreciate what you do for the community. Ah, thank you. Ah. I've only been building for about a week or so, and I have run into a similar without being at max capacity. Possibly. It's hard to say. without like more information. There's a lot of things that can cause like lag and bugs to happen. Like could be a scripting issue. Could just be you were logged in at the wrong time. Like sometimes that happens where these bundles have it happen more often. It's just like someone was logged in when the world was updated, and now all of a sudden it I wonder what that is. I'm gonna try asset copy 1, but 1 and 2 might not be getting an update today. We might have to do those on another day. But yeah, so sometimes what can happen is the player will be in the world when the world is updated, and sorry, what I was trying to say is that when Horizon Worlds gets updated, if someone's in your world, sometimes that can cause an issue, or sometimes you'll hit the reset button on the, like for me specifically, I'll reset the world and someone might be there on accident. I try not to reset it when people are in it, but if that happens, sometimes that can cause an issue. And sometimes there's just issues and you have no idea what's causing it. And honestly, it's just kind of like try everything and hopefully something works. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to be calling it very soon, but if you have any more questions, ideas, leave them in the comments. Thank you all so much for hanging out, having a great night. I've really enjoyed it. Really appreciate y'all. It is always a lot of fun here on Sundays. Remember, we do this every Sunday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. Byron, his username, should I tell you? I think he posted it above, but anyway, it's Joe Byron. There it is. He commented it. Nice. Preparing for visitors. I'm like really tempted to try and fix this one despite it having so much that needs to be deleted. But we did have a lot of help from Tyson earlier. And stop and clear and stop. Oops. Hit stop and clear. Come on. Stop the world. Please. Please stop the world. I'll stop the world and delete for you. Meow, 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 meow. Okay. Oh, my hands aren't working either. Oh, this is that bug we had when we arrived here last time. 0 is a 0. What? 0 is a 0. Oh, the O is a 0. Whoa. Oh! Joe. How dare you? It's so funny. I could swear at one point I tried to add you to a bundle and I couldn't find your username, and that's probably what happened. Oh, that's too funny. Oh, goodness. Okay. Can I grab stuff yet? Nope. I would like to delete these things, please. So last time what we did when this happened is we just went into play mode and just chilled in play mode for a while. So just chilling over here. Doop-a-doo. Doop-a-doo. Jumping in the trees. Do-do-do-do-do. Teleport a player? Nope. Definitely not functional since the world has stopped. Jump, jump. But I am talented. I am capable. Yes. Okay, and if I can go down and over, there it is. 3. Oh, and now I can go into build mode. Did it! So proud of myself. Okay, now we can delete everything. Yeah, so I think what's happening and what might be causing some of these issues that you were saying you were also having is that Vidyuu 2.0 loads the world a little prematurely to get you there faster. And so stuff is, it seems like, based off what I was just experiencing there, it seems like there's some sort of information that's still being downloaded. Like, it's got the stuff here, but there's something still coming in. And I wonder if it's related to Visit 2.0 trying to get us to travel faster. Just a guess, but not really sure. Also, huge thank to Tyson for helping us delete this world. Seriously, would not have been possible without his hard work. And hopefully, we don't have more bugs. Oh gosh. Oh, it doesn't look like I can select anything for a little bit. The I is a capital L. Or no. Oh, got it. Yeah. The L is a capital I. Funny. You're weak. I can barely use my hands. Okay, sorry, that was bad. Oh no, did we literally just crash? I said too many bad things about Horizon and the overlords have cursed me. Oh, look at that little teeny thing in the background. I deserve that. So just as a reminder to anyone who's just joining us, the first 3 hours are super, super gold, lots of educational content, and this last hour has just been me struggling with Horizon bugs to update the Essentials bundles. So thanks for bearing with us, but I encourage you to go watch the first 3 hours. And if you're looking for something really interesting to do tonight, after we're done here, and you still want more of me talking, as some of you have been here for the full 4.5 hours with me, wild, you guys are crazy. There's a new video I just posted. It's a 2 hour and 11-minute video, and that was just posted earlier today, so feel free to check that out. And it's probably me. Byron, that's too funny. Somewhere in the stream I sent you an invite to Punch Out World and was wondering if you'd help out. Also, thank you. Obviously not tonight, Tyson, but I'd love to check that out. That sounds awesome. Horizon World Creator Discord. I created first Discord server 4 months ago. Horizon World Creator Discord. I created first Discord server 4 months ago. What? I mean, their Discord's been around for, I think, the same amount of time, so... actually longer, but I'm not supposed to tell you about that. You're like, what? What do you mean? I mean, I think you can see it if you like go back on the stream or in the thing. You'll see myself and a couple others. We were using Discord way before Discord was open to the public. First, oh, thank you for coming in to help. Really appreciate that. Yeah, so we were using it in advance just as like a testing grounds to see if we really liked it. I personally don't use it. I know a lot of people do, but I got too many notifications. As you guys might be very well aware, I get quite a few notifications, and I do my best to respond to most of them, but often I have to ignore because there's just too many of them. Like, I think Craig messaged me yesterday, and I just was like, I don't have the energy to respond tonight. Sorry, Craig. You can wait till tomorrow. But
it's never anything important, I promise.
There we go. This world will be deleted if it's the last thing we do. Wait. Didn't we delete some of this stuff? It just didn't actually delete. Ugh. Cursed. We're cursed. I totally deleted these just a minute ago. But this is where it broke, so.
The spheres cursed us.
That's so funny. Yes, they're called spheres, you guys. Remember, they're called spheres. And if you don't know what we're talking about, the first 3 hours are for you. Oh, I can't even hear correctly this world. No, probably didn't. I've been trying to avoid Oculus. Oh, if you're talking to me, I haven't been checking Oculus messages. There's KO. I told you she'd come in. Food. It is definitely dinner time. I guess the takeaway from tonight is if you're ever in the Essentials bundle, just delete it. Oh gosh, and I crashed again. Oh, well, Craig, I hope you can hear me. Feel free to keep deleting, and if you crash out, just call it quits. But anybody else, if you're ever in the Essentials bundle, feel free to just delete it, make it an empty world. would be a blessing. And you don't need to worry because people are supposed to go to an empty world and import a copy, right? So it's not the end of the world. Unfortunately, we do need to spread this. We need to disseminate this information. And the problem that I see most new creators is they get added to the Essentials bundle, but they don't know how to get the assets. So if you're ever running into somebody inside there or you see somebody online, feel free to jump in there and be like, hey, you know you're supposed to go to an empty world and import this. And if you'd like, maybe you can show them how. I actually really enjoy doing that. I'm sure somebody at some point, I don't know. I was just like, every so often I'll be in the plaza or I'll be in like the Essentials bundle or wherever. And I'll be like, oh yeah, you need help figuring that out? Let me show you. And it's something I really enjoy doing. So if that's something you enjoy, feel free to do it as well. But I'm going to go ahead and call it and appreciate y'all. Somehow we've gained people watching, so you guys are so awesome. I'm going to click the button, click this other button. You can still hear me. And ta-da, we're back in the real world. I think I'm actually back in here with Byron too. This is tempting to stay, Byron. Or excuse me, Craig, I'm sorry, I'm mixing everybody's names up now. But I think I'm going to run to dinner. Maybe I'll leave this open for a second. I keep trying to delete this, and it keeps crashing me whenever I try to delete this one thing over here. I will stand here and come back in a second. Okay. But thank you guys so much for watching. I will try to get that number 1 updated. And number 2 is at some point. I just don't even know how to get into it to update it. So for now, if you comment your username, I will add you to copies 3 and 4. And yeah, because 1 is actually at capacity. You can't add anybody else to 1. 2, I don't think I really add people to anymore. And 3 and 4, well, they worked right out the door. Rhymes. Oh, and you can't hear me because of the fans, so sorry about the little noise there. Whatever he makes, I love that. Thank you, KO. I am coming down right now to make you food, and I'm looking forward to whatever we eat. Probably, I hate to say this, but probably beans. And I hate to say it because Oculus despises beans, but we made some really killer homemade beans the other day, and they are so good. They got the right amount of spice. Use some delicious ingredients. So, and we make them homemade from the bean in the Instapot. Actually, it's really, really good. Whew. So, ta-ta for now. Thanks so much for watching. Don't forget to like, subscribe if you haven't already, leave a comment, and if you are interested in tutorial content, watch the first 3 hours. If you're interested in creator education and leveling up your skills, check out the latest video we just posted. It's called Get Vidyuu Verified, or How You Can. And then the other video you might be interested in, if you're wanting to do more talks and stuff like this where we're just hanging out, check out Horizon Live, which is on the Vidyuu Nights channel. And we just posted a really great talk last week. We were live and had an amazing conversation. There's lots more conversations on that channel for you to check out. So thanks so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next Sunday, 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. Until then, I'll see you in Horizon. Bye!